Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Raj Kumar, the president and editor-in-chief of Devex. Delighted to be with all of you joining us from all over the world for this Devex Dish Event, where we're talking food systems. I'm joined by my colleague, Teresa Welsh, senior reporter at Devex.
Hi, Raj. Good to see you here in person.
Isn't it great? We are actually talking to an empty room right now, but soon it will be filled and bustling with people, and even some food, I understand, for this food event.
Yes, indeed. Dinner coming later.
And it's exciting because a lot of the events we've been doing, of course, have been virtual. This one is hybrid. We feel really lucky to be able to do that. And we feel really lucky to be joined by all of you from all over the world who care about these issues at a moment of real peril for the world's food system. We're obviously going to be talking today a lot about the food crisis. What else is on the agenda today, Teresa?
So, yeah, I think Ukraine is definitely the highlight here because it really touches on all pieces of the food system. But we're going to be diving in deeper on the financing piece. Obviously, there were a lot of concerns about that even before this latest crisis, but sort of coming out of the UN Food System Summit that took place last year, as well as nutrition for growth and where the landscape is at right now. We're also going to be talking about the impact of climate change on food security. So really looking forward to a lot of these conversations.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be a jam-packed day. We're starting with a session that's just virtual. It's just for all of you to see. These are sessions that Teresa already recorded, but they're really worth watching. We appreciate you being here and staying tuned to those. And then the two of us will be back in an hour, and there'll be a number of other sessions which are going to be live. From this very room, you get to see a little bit what's going on, what the action is here in person in downtown Washington, D.C. So I want to thank you for being here again. And Teresa, just tell us what we have in store right now to watch.
Yeah, exactly. So we had a couple of folks that we really wanted to include in this program that were not able to join us here in person. So we were able to chat with them last week and pre-record a conversation. So we will be hearing just after this from Lawrence Haddad of GAIN and Sean Baker, chief nutritionist at USAID. And they'll be doing a bit of a scene setter and sort of discussing where we're at with the food system landscape at this moment. Obviously, lots of impacts of Ukraine. And then following, there will be a panel discussion with my colleague Rumbi, and so she will be hosting a conversation about the very intimate ties between conflict and food security, which again we're seeing very closely with the situation in Ukraine. So we have those two conversations coming up for you, and then we'll be back here live in an hour.
Sounds exciting. So stay tuned to those. Don't go anywhere. The only other thing you're allowed to do is subscribe to Devex Dish if you haven't yet done that, which is, of course, our food systems newsletter authored by my colleague here, Teresa Welsh. Please do that. Enjoy these sessions. We'll see you in an hour.
I'm so pleased to be joined by Lawrence Haddad, Executive Director for the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, and Sean Baker, Chief Nutritionist at USAID. Welcome to you both. Thank you so much for being with us. It's really great to be able to connect with both of you, even though you weren't able to join us for the event in Washington. I'm so pleased that we can bring you in and have you as part of this conversation. So we're gathering today to talk about what is unfortunately, I think, a pretty grim picture for food security and nutrition and food systems around the world. Obviously, things weren't looking great even before the war in Ukraine. And that is dramatically already in the, I think, 2 months now that we've been seeing that impacting food systems and nutrition around the world. And we're going to continue to see those repercussions. So Lawrence, I'd love to start with you. What are you most concerned about right now with, not only what we're seeing in Ukraine and those trickle down effects, but what we were already seeing with the effects of conflict and climate change and how that was already impacting food systems and nutrition?
Thanks, Teresa, and great to be here with you and Sean. Yeah, as you said, this is a crisis upon crisis, and that's the most troubling thing. If you look back at the last 15 years, you see the 2007-8 crisis was around fuel prices, food prices, and fertilizer prices. Then you look at 2011, which is the Arab Spring set of crises, and again, a big spike in food, fuel, and fertilizer prices. But and then you've got an even bigger set of spikes in those three things. This current crisis, but the thing that's different here is that the previous year to this crisis, there was a big GDP drop of about -4%, but that's really a swing of 7%. If you look at it was +3%, +3% the year before. So a massive hollowing out before this massive crisis happened. And what's really particularly troubling about this crisis, apart from the humanitarian aspects of it, is that we just don't know how long it's going to go on for. It could go on for months, and so that's really devastating. So that's really worrying me about this. Another thing that's really worrying me is the weaponization of food, which I haven't seen to this extent. I mean, since the things Sean and I we studied, the Netherlands famine and the Russian famine, when food was used as a weapon of war, and I haven't seen it to this level since then.
Yeah, it's a pretty grim picture. How about you, Sean? What are you thinking about? What's keeping you up at night?
Yeah, I mean, Lawrence touched on it, and having both been around for 2007, 2008, just how different the baseline is in terms of shock upon shock upon shock, with obviously coming out of all the damage done by the pandemic, levels of food insecurity. You look at what's happening in the Horn of Africa and West Africa, often driven by the climate crisis, and just not the fiscal space among our partner governments or donor governments to respond. And as Lawrence pointed out, we don't see the end in sight. And then the other point that, of course, troubles me greatly is, while I think there's growing recognition of the food, fertilizer, fuel crisis, decision makers aren't necessarily then making the direct links, and this is a nutrition crisis. I think there's still often a perception of, oh, well, nutrition will be some secondary effect down in the future. Let's secure food, fertilizer, etc., and then we can worry about if there's any nutrition mess to mop up. Whereas we know as soon as households are hit with a shock, they have to deprioritize more expensive, more nutritious foods and prioritize staples. And that starts having immediate, irreversible impacts, both on of nutrition for pregnant and lactating women and infants and young kids. And so we need to be certainly securing the access to food, the access to fertilizer, et cetera, but also making sure we're acting immediately to secure gains on nutrition, because otherwise that will be irreparable. I think, and I'd be interested in, Lawrence, of your take on it, but and you said, because even in the best case scenario with this stop today, the repercussions would be for several more years. And I think what we're seeing about the potential shocks on the fertilizer system is even more troubling for long-term impacts on livelihoods, food prices, and food security and nutrition. So it's extremely troubling, the level of collateral damage that Putin's war on Ukraine is having across the globe. And we need to be able, as a world, do two things: respond to the war on Ukraine and make sure that this collateral damage is limited to the extent possible.
Lawrence, do you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, thanks, Teresa. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, the Standing Together for Nutrition Consortium, which was established post-COVID by the Macronutrient Forum and GAIN, actually, just published a piece, I think it came out yesterday, in Nature, on the impacts and, more importantly, the response that needs to happen. And they very much emphasize the kinds of things Sean mentioned. And remember that the number of wasted children, the estimate of the number of wasted children because of COVID pre-Ukraine, pre the invasion of Ukraine, was a jump from 44 million to 60 million, which is, wipes out at least a decade of progress. And so that was before all of this, this disruption, this perturbation that's happening. And so, what will be the legacy of this crisis if it did stop tomorrow? Yes, there would be reverberations throughout markets, but they would eventually recover. The very young children that were malnourished in the first 1,000 days of life will not fully recover, and so this is the key legacy. And so Sean's absolutely right. We need to prioritize nutrition, and within nutrition, prioritize very young children.
And if I could just build on that, I think another thing that came out very importantly in that comment that was published is, which is often less visible, is the already humanitarian needs across the globe were stretched more than usual, because those inputs, be they food assistance, be they even therapeutic products, their prices are directly linked to global food prices, and the ability to deliver is often directly linked to fuel. So all of a sudden, you're responding to even more crises, and even treatment of acute malnutrition, and not just humanitarian settings, but development settings. And all of a sudden, you're working with much less buying power than you had. So these are immediate hits that we need to try to mitigate. So as Lawrence said, I don't think either of us wants to do a retrospective and say, oh, well, you can trace in levels of wasting or stunting or low birth weight the impacts of this war on Ukraine. I think that's what we want to say. We actually know better how to respond in a timely fashion, and let's make sure the legacy here is not a generation of children lost to malnutrition.
Yeah, we've heard David Beasley talking quite a bit about that. Obviously, WFP really concerned about these skyrocketing costs. And, he's been really out there talking about what this means for them. And, we already saw WFP cutting back rations in places like Yemen. Even before the war in Ukraine, they already didn't have the funding. Sean, tell me a little bit about how USAID is thinking about this, and the short-term action that your humanitarian assistance can be taking now, but also how you might be thinking about this from a development lens, and the way that these things could be built into ongoing development problems or projects as well.
Right, and I think obviously our Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance is incredibly active, both in responding to the crisis in Ukraine and the frontline states, and many other crises around the world, which in fact are growing. We're also certainly calling on actively other humanitarian assistance partners, including unusual suspects, to step up more to make sure we're treating all of these crises equally and with the seriousness with which is merited. But to your point, I think it's important we don't lose sight of so much of the response that needs to happen is actually the sorts of responses that came out of the original Feed the Future, which was founded to respond to the global food price crisis of 2007, 2008, of how do you really build the resilience of food systems at the national, regional level, be it how do you ensure better inputs to farmers? How do you support particularly smallholder farmers to have more productivity and more production of nutritious foods? How do you support particularly small and medium enterprises? Certainly larger companies are going to be buffeted by these shocks, but the most important interfaces between the private sector and the consumers who are the most vulnerable are more small and medium enterprises, which are much more vulnerable to these sorts of shocks. How do we support them with the right financial instruments? We're also looking with our partner governments of how do they scale up social protection, social safety net programs, with a particular focus on making sure they're supporting the most vulnerable, most nutritionally vulnerable households, so that there's a buffer. So I think the positive, and it can be difficult in this situation when you look at how grim some of the projections are to be positive, but I think the positive is that we are much more well prepared, I believe, as a world and as a US government to respond to this than we were a decade and a half ago. And I think globally, and I'd like to get Lawrence's thoughts on this, in 2007, 2008, we didn't even really think of food systems per se. I think there's much more cognizant of food systems are complex. They're local, national, regional, and global, and better understandings of what are some of the actions we need to take in the short term and the medium term and the long term. What I hope is that we don't see this crisis as a one-off, but as an example of the sorts of crises that have hit food systems, and how do we actually use this to prompt the building of resilient food systems that actually can absorb these shocks and resist these shocks. Much as in global health, the pandemic, I think, has re-energized the need for global health security and pandemic preparedness. I think this needs to energize the food system community for shock preparedness.
And Sean, you stole my next question for Lawrence right out of my mouth. Lawrence, interested in what you think about what we need to be doing now in the short term, and then what are some of those more medium, long-term actions to build resilience, as Sean was just talking about.
Well, I think it's really important. The sort of build back better was, I think it was a bit of an empty slogan in the context of COVID, and I think it's really important to build forward better. So I think it's really essential now that we do everything actually differently. I think the food system framing helps us think in a wider angle lens, because not everything is going down. Not everything is going badly. Some things are going quite well. So I think the key message for me really is diversification. We need to diversify where food is produced. So maybe we have overinvested in very long global value chains with just-in-time production and delivery methods. So I'm not saying we go back to national sovereignty of food production, but maybe a rebalancing towards a better balance of long, medium, and short value chains. I think we diversify the kinds of foods that are consumed. I'd like to see a big push towards neglected orphan crops that are high in nutrients, very affordable, but have somehow fallen out of fashion. I'd like to see a re-emphasis on those. And then, of course, we need to diversify energy sources as well. And I think the food system is a fantastic place to experiment with renewable energy sources, because so much of the energy required for food production and processing is actually a relatively small amounts, and which is relatively, especially small scale, is relatively amenable to renewable energy. And of course, the places where hunger and malnutrition strike the most are places where renewables are most promising. So I think there's a massive opportunity to rethink what food systems look like in terms of diversity of production, diversity of consumption, and diversity of energy. In the short run, I would agree with all the things Sean said, that the key is not to make short-term decisions that undermine the ability to build forward better. That's the key. And then to make decisions in terms of building forward better that make us more resilient to future shocks. Shocks are the norm. Again, Sean and I, sorry to malign your age here, Sean, and group it with mine, but we remember in 1989, when the end of history was pronounced after the end of the Berlin Wall fell, we thought there was going to be an extended period of stability and peace and prosperity. And for the last 22 years, it's just been one crisis after another. And this is the norm. It's going to be the norm for the next decade or two. So we better get ready for it.
And if I could add on about building on Lawrence's point about making sure we don't make short-term decisions that actually undermine the long-term, and it is outlined in the Nature commentary. One of the risks, we came out of 2021 on a bit of a high because of a very successful pledging moment for nutrition, the Nutrition for Growth Summit, some very bold commitments from low and middle income countries, from donors, etc. Because of the constraints of fiscal space, there's always a risk of backsliding on that, or saying, oh, well, we cannot do the, we can hold off on making those, living up to those commitments, etc. Whereas in fact, this is actually the time where we need to do more on the nutrition specific side also. And while the sort of the root cause is a food systems crisis, the response also needs a response from the health system and the social protection system, right? So we need to make sure that none of us, our partner governments, other donors, development banks, cut back on scaling up nutrition-specific interventions. If anything, this is the time to do even more and think bigger and bolder, so that we're trying to protect the damage and we are, on the other hand, mitigating it from the health system side. Because as I think we started off at the beginning, if there's a backslide on nutrition, lots of parts of the world recover. Those kids whom we've abandoned to malnutrition will not, even if they survive.
And we've got just a few minutes left, but from both of you, what do you see as the biggest barrier to making that happen? Why is it so hard for, governments, donors, funders to be directing money towards those type of programs that we need in the short term, sort of when, as you said, we're kind of constantly in a crisis mode, but you have to think about the long term. What prevents countries from doing that? And if, how can we overcome some of those barriers? Lawrence, let's start with you.
I think it's human nature to focus on the short term and neglect the medium and long term. And what we have to do as practitioners and analysts and funders is to give decision makers in the public and private sector options that protect the short run and protect the medium and long run. You can find those solutions. Large scale food fortification, biofortification. These are important for the short run as well as the long run. Getting the data systems up and running. It's incredible how little we know about what's happening to the quality of diets right now. I have no idea. I can only assume they're getting worse, both from a quality and a quantity perspective, but no one can tell me what the answer is. And yet for relatively small amounts of money, we can get a handle on that. There's all sorts of stuff we can be doing to protect small and medium enterprises. Important, as Sean said, for the short run, to keep the food flowing and keep the jobs going, but also incredibly important for the medium and long run, because the small and medium enterprises are going to be the ones that shape and define food systems in Africa and South Asia. So there are just so many things that we can do now that will be important in the short run, but will also be important in the medium and long run. So we have to make it easier for decision makers to make those decisions that are multi-generational, if you like.
To just add quickly, obviously I agree. I also think, despite the grim situation, we need to illustrate the positives. And I do think our knowledge, our capacities to respond, I mean, I look across the countries I've worked in for many decades, and just the level of capacities on the ground, the seriousness, the fact that the African Union has adopted nutrition as the theme for this year, and having met with one of the commissioners who's leading on that, her passion and drive to really make sure that countries across the continent are leading on nutrition and food security. I think while we can't sugarcoat the grim picture we're talking about, I think we also need to put more of a spotlight on the incredible efforts and progress that are being made despite all these obstacles, the tenacity and dedication of our partners in the field to make a change. And that, I think, also can inspire the sort of actions that we need. It's not that we know what worked, we know what needs to be done. We know the people passionate about this across the world who can make a difference. This is absolutely not destiny. We can turn the tide and use this moment to re-energize ourselves. And I think we need to also lead with that message of hope.
I think that's a great point to end on. Sean, any other message of hope that you want to add there, Lawrence, just in about 30 seconds?
This is the time. This is the opportunity to change the way we think about food and nutrition. It really is. I think for African countries especially, they are waking up to the realities of being so dependent on a few countries. And so many of them have missed their Malabo targets for food and nutrition. But there 5 or 6 of them have shown the way, and everybody else needs to emulate those 5 or 6 trailblazers. So it's definitely possible.
All right. Well, thank you so much to both of you for taking the time to join us. I'm hopeful that I will get to see both of you in person, hopefully sometime soon. But really appreciate you joining our program. I think this is a great way to kick off the event with this conversation. So thanks so much to both of you.
Thanks so
Thank you,
much for having
Teresa.
me.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. My name is Rumbi. I'm an associate editor here at Devex, and thank you for joining us for this conversation where we're seeking to understand a little bit more the links between conflict and food security. Today, I'm joined by some pretty knowledgeable guests on this topic, and we have Muna Lukman, Executive Director for Food for Humanity, Yasin Fajat, Emergency Quality Program Manager from Concern Worldwide in Afghanistan, as well as Letitia Bader from Human Rights Watch. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me. So just to kick off the conversation, Yasin, Concern Worldwide actually co-published the Global Hunger Index last year, and there was a specific focus on conflict and hunger. What were some of the links that you found between conflict and hunger, and what are some of the links that you're sort of experiencing, like in Afghanistan?
Okay, thank you. Actually, the conflict in Afghanistan has a very long route. There is like 40 years of war in Afghanistan. Started with Russian invasion and continued for the control of power in Afghanistan. So conflict is as many effects to the hunger and food insecurity. For example, during this wartime, there was issue of access to the conflict zone, conflict areas, and also there was sanctions which was preventing the poor people to access to the food. And also issue of like with war, there is also like issue of there is no work or opportunity for the people. There is the issue of that people cannot afford to buy the food, and affordability is another like issue, and it is also coupled with this climatical change and lack of like rain in the most of rain-fed area in Afghanistan. So because of this, conflict is the biggest issue for access to the food.
Okay. And in your case, Muna, you're working in Yemen, and this is really a conflict that people are saying this is really food crisis that people are saying has been driven by the war. What are some of the links that you're experiencing there?
Well, thank you, first of all. And I think it's really devastating to see that the extent of violence that is related to food insecurity in Yemen. And I think it's getting worse by the minute. We do have a truce right now, which is something that we're looking cautiously optimistic for, but still the effects of the Russian war, the prices rocketing up, and people already cannot stand more external or internal shocks. Yemen's the world's worst humanitarian crisis, and we keep saying that it's on a brink of famine, but we're already, as humanitarians, seeing the famine in many villages and areas in Yemen. The people, for instance, rely on imported goods and humanitarian aid. So 90% is imported from outside. And the private sector is in a crisis because they're also facing major challenges. And the people have not had salaries for many years. So the vulnerability that the people are facing is very high. And and no matter how much aid is coming into Yemen, we're still facing difficulties such as, I mean, it's getting up to more than 16 to 17 at least million people who are not able to feed their families. So this is how bad it is.
Yasin mentioned earlier access issues in Afghanistan. And Letitia, I found this very interesting about Ethiopia, a situation where there's a deliberate attempt or deliberate effort to block access to humanitarian relief. And recently, Human Rights Watch, alongside Amnesty, published a report on this. Can you take us through a little bit of your findings in terms of aid and access and how that has affected people in Ethiopia?
Yes, thank you very much for having us on. I mean, in many ways, the context in Ethiopia in the last 16 to 17 months would require a lot of lessons learned in terms of how much both the aid sector, but also food in particular, has been used and has been central to warring parties' actions and efforts to inflict harm on civilians. So as you mentioned, in the Tigray region in particular, for 10 months now, we are speaking about an effective siege being in place. And this is the result both due to stringent restrictions on humanitarian access, but also the cutting off of services. In Tigray, there has been no electricity in that period. There has been no internet since the start of the conflict in November 2020. There's been no banking service in place. So this is all contributing to pushing over the edge even segments of the community, middle class individuals who were civil servants who potentially could have survived some of the other shocks, but were not as a result of these restrictions on services. Now, I do think Ethiopia is also a very strong example, and again, where a whole lessons learned exercise needs to happen, looking at how the aid sector and what we had seen over the years of an increasingly development-oriented approach, focus, a very specific relationship with the government, also contributed to the humanitarian side of the aid sector, in some ways losing their independence. And this had an impact very early on in their ability to pivot when the conflict started towards a humanitarian response, which required obviously a very different relationship with the government, which was now a warring party, which required a very different human resource capacity on the ground, but also made them, the sector, very vulnerable to what would be the deliberate obstruction on humanitarian scale up in many ways. A whole range of bureaucratic measures were put in place, in addition to very real physical obstructions, intimidations, attacks on humanitarians. Many humanitarians were killed in the first 9 months of the conflict, and many of those killings have not been significantly or in any way investigated. Now, what we've been looking at is the context in one particular part of Tigray, in Western Tigray, which very early on in the conflict was taken over by the Amhara authorities from the region of the Amhara region. And what we've documented is from November 2020 through to date, the authorities there, the new administrations, the new security forces that took over that part of Tigray, conducted a campaign of ethnic cleansing against Tigrayans who were living there. And why this is important to the discussion today is, first of all, when decisions were made around food actors and who took responsibilities for distributions in certain parts of Tigray in November 2020, this area, which has been a contested area for decades, fell under the government distribution system. And what our report found was that the little aid, the little food assistance which was going in, was being deliberately restricted from the Tigrayan population, which was one of the many measures which contributed to this ethnic cleansing campaign. So really a casebook example of ethnic cleansing and of instrumentalization of food assistance.
So you mentioned that Ethiopia is a very strong example, and I find it the same way. And there was this deliberate obstruction and manipulation of aid. Yasin and Muna, have you seen this happening in the areas where you work as well? I'll start with you, Muna.
Yes, definitely. I think one of the major problems in Yemen was the obstruction of aid. it has been used by warring parties, in particular in Sana'a-controlled areas by the Houthis, where the aid has been used to mobilize fighters in the battlefields, and that was something devastating while our children were, starving from. And I think another issue was also the access. I want to add to what my colleagues are saying about the access. I think it's also a big issue in Yemen, because many parts of Yemen are under a siege internally also, and we only hear about the borders and the seaports and all of that, but we don't hear about the siege inside Yemen. For instance, Taz has been under a siege for the past 7 years, nearly 8 years right now, where nearly 3 million people are under a siege, and they don't, and it's very difficult to bring in food, water, or medicine or aid. And we faced a devastating situation during COVID-19, where we're not able to support the hospitals effectively. Another issue in Yemen, which is, I think, the major issue, is the economic instability, and so that there are many factors to that. The depreciation of the Yemeni rial. There are two banks in Yemen, and they are not unified, and so that is also causing major problems for the financial institutions in Yemen, and insufficient liquidity and all of that. And then we also have the financial isolation, while it's very difficult to work with the international community because of the risks with the international banks. There's also other major issues, such as related also to accessibility. We are finding some sort of breakthrough right now, but it's very little. However, we might have the reopening of the Sana'a airport, which is also under a lot of conditions, but the bans on the banknotes, the access to airports and seaports and major roads in Yemen, which are used for food access, all of the restrictions on fuel and food imports from Hodeidah and other ports. One of the additional challenges is the dual customs and the duties and taxes that are also putting a big burden on the private sector in particular, and humanitarian organizations. Humanitarian organizations are also facing a very closing and challenging and risky space to operate. So it's a major it's a devastating issue on all fronts. Right now, more focus has been on the economy, but we haven't seen anything yet. But there is more. I think the last 2 weeks there have been talks, and there have been more dialogues. There has been the Yemeni talks in the Gulf states, and I think that was led by the GCC. The UN-led peace process is also trying to find some sort of breakthrough after 8 years of nearly 8 years of stalemate. These two major talks right now and tracks on the peace front are really our only hope and last chance to revive the economy and try to find a more sustainable way of alleviating the suffering, because the people right now, without their salaries, with the loss of their livelihoods, have just turned into either depending on aid completely or joining the battlefields where they might get some income, and this is driving the violence even further. So we really want to focus right now on the immediate humanitarian relief, which must continue, but we also need to look at reviving the economy, the livelihoods, and bringing Yemen back at least to some sort of stability in the coming few months.
Thanks so much for that, Muna. There's so much that I want to build up on. You spoke about solutions, and we'll get back to that in a little while. But Yassine, I just wanted to check with you if you've also witnessed sort of these deliberate obstructions as well in Afghanistan.
Actually, Afghanistan is experiencing a very bad food insecurity. Like 24 million of Afghans are now have lack of access to food. And it is also like the severity of this crisis is compounded by economic sanction placed to Afghanistan after this new government changed in August 2021. These authorities that now come into power, they do not understand the context of humanitarian. So sometimes they are pushing to give the list of people to include into the aid list, which is like aid agencies are not doing that. But in general, there are like issues that they are trying to sideline and bring the aid for their failures. And Afghanistan economy has a very big problem, and the government is unable, not recognized actually internationally as well as like locally. There are still small conflicts going in some places, but in some places which is like Panjshir in a province in Afghanistan, there was like deliberate stop of food going there, but actually it is solved after negotiations. But in our area where concern is working, we have small issues, but we are negotiating and they are understanding and allowing it to go to the right people and genuine people. Thank you.
Thank you. Muna, you alluded to this earlier. The relationship between conflict and food insecurity is kind of a cycle, in the sense that conflict breeds hunger, but at the same time, when there's food insecurity, it sort of leads to conflict. How can we start to break the cycle and sort of address the issue? I know that food aid is an immediate solution, but it can't be a long-term solution. So how can we sort of start to break this cycle?
Exactly. I think that the people need more dignified solutions in Yemen long term. I must say that the dramatic levels of food insecurity in Yemen and the threat of famine are the result of years of war. And even before the war, we already had high levels of pre-existing famine and food crisis in general. And I also want to say that this is entirely man-made. The war has made it worse, but the dependency on aid is also contributing, I personally believe, to the conflict, because right now we are creating this dependency and leaving so many other entities and livelihoods without any support. So I think that a dignified approach to Yemen, a whole reconstructuring of the humanitarian operations in Yemen is needed immediately. And I hope that to see that this is going to happen very soon. The UN organizations, with all due respect, and we appreciate all their work, but they need to be more flexible in their mandate so that they are able to attend and respond effectively, because the livelihood projects that are needed in Yemen could definitely reduce much of the violence. And I say this by seeing actually many of the projects that have contributed to peace in Yemen were because they supported many livelihoods on agriculture, fisheries, and people started to work together and started to reduce the violence over land, water, and natural resources and livelihoods. So I think this is a major recommendation that is immediately needed. I also think that the lack of accountability, diversion, and obstruction of aid, all of this need immediate attention, and to really establish monitoring mechanisms that can support a better approach and a better response to humanitarian aid in Yemen. Now, we also need to really think about the economy in a more serious matter and bring it up to the highest priority. And I believe that a multi-stakeholder approach, which really involves the youth, the civil society, the private sector, the women, And the local communities is also very important. We cannot just rely on this isolated approach of the international organizations bringing some aid into Yemen, working on their own islands without the real community. It's not sustainable, it's not efficient. The local communities have access, they have the ability, and they cannot also work alone. Neither the local community can work on their own or the international organization. So I really think this is this would be of added value. We saw it during COVID-19 how the private sector led a very good initiative with the UN and other organizations. These kind of approaches are more sustainable in Yemen, but nothing will help the Yemeni people without stopping the war. So the most imperative step would be to end this devastating and bloody war in Yemen, and lift all the restrictions that have really put the Yemeni people in a dire situation. Yeah, I will stop there, and I just want to add that a comprehensive humanitarian approach, which involves the local community and supports the economy and supports the institutionalizing of the government, and that would really be the main recommendation that I would come out from here.
Comprehensive humanitarian report. And Muna also spoke about flexibility within the UN, which brings me to something that you said, Letitia, earlier on. You spoke about the relationship between the government and humanitarians and the need to pivot when the government became one of the warring factions. So what exactly should humanitarians in Ethiopia be doing now, considering that we're at a point where we're at a ceasefire? Humanitarian aid has just gone into Tigray region. What should they be doing to ensure that there isn't this sort of like deliberate manipulation of aid, and that everyone who needs assistance is actually getting that assistance?
Thank you. I do want to come back to the question you just posed, Muna, and the link between conflict and breeding of hunger, because I do think it is important to underline that, of course, there are obligations of warring parties. And what we have seen in the conflict in Ethiopia since the beginning has been the deliberate attack on people's means of survival. And that has been both widespread pillaging, looting. In our report that we've just released with Amnesty International, one of the key reasons why hundreds of thousands of Tigrayans were coerced to leave Western Tigray was the pillaging, looting, taking over of their means of survival. This is a very fertile area. And so I think it is important to continue to underline that this should not be happening. And as Muna says, if there is ongoing impunity for these tactics of warfare, we are in a situation when you then have a community which becomes dependent on assistance. And this is exactly what we have seen in Tigray in particular, I would say, but it could be extrapolated to other parts of the conflict affected areas, is where you cut off services, where you loot and pillage people's means of survivals, where you have had attacks on farmers in periods where there could have been positive harvests. All this sends a message. And then at the same time, as we know, access can be turned on and off. That tap, and this is where the international community has been for the last 10 months counting trucks, instead of looking at a bigger picture where there have been a whole range of instruments used to make a community dependent on those trucks, which can come in and out. And as you say, yes, there have been a handful of trucks which have come in the last few weeks. But again, as humanitarians themselves underline, even if there was widespread access to the region, there needs to be commercial activity that needs to start again. Markets need to start again. Services need to start to be able to deal with the magnitude of the humanitarian crisis we are dealing with here. So, I mean, in terms of lessons learned, it's very clear that in a context. And as an organization, we have documented the instrumentalization of development assistance in Ethiopia for many years. Over a decade ago, we put out a number of reports which highlighted not only how assistance was being instrumentalized by the then coalition in power, the EPRDF, in terms of repressing the population, but also how development actors had failed to put in place the oversight mechanisms which were so critical in a context where aid could be instrumentalized. And so, coming to your question around the current context, again, in discussions, in a context where aid has been instrumentalized, where just in the last few years, we've also seen assistance being used to force millions of internally displaced people in Ethiopia home as well, it is key for the aid sector to maintain a bargaining power in the relationship that they have with the government, and especially, of course, when the government becomes a warring party. And this is where, in terms of Western Tigray, but more broadly, we are calling and really underlying that, yes, obviously, food is critical right now, but you need a protection-led response. You need, throughout the response, even if food is maybe the most pressing need, although medication for Tigray right now is essential as well, protection needs to be put in place throughout. And when I say protection, I'm also talking about the monitoring mechanisms, the oversight mechanisms to make sure that food is not ending up in the hands of soldiers, of forces, and also being used to, as we've documented in Western Tigray, commit what we have characterized as crimes against humanity.
Yeah, so that actually brings me to my final question, and we are slowly running out of time. This has been really interesting, but you alluded to it, Letitia. We're talking about resilience and sort of having like these structures in place. And looking long term, it seems the solution, and you say this in terms of Yemen, Muna, would be peace building. We need to look at how we can build peace within the country. It's been an 8-year conflict. We need to look at how we can build peace within the country. But with regards to that, how then do you incorporate or integrate peace building in the creation of resilient food systems? What should we be looking at as we're building? I'll pass that question on to you, Yassine, and then I'll just ask all of you to just weigh in on that.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, we have like experience that when we are implementing projects, we need to implement the conflict sensitivity approach to understand what is like the cause of the conflict in a local area. Our experience with development project, particularly this livelihood like programs, we started like bring 40 community together to build a watershed area. And because of good participation and also sensitization of like the program and also responding to their need, with their participation, we established sort of committees and groups from various like community, including like women to participate into projects. So because of that type of like programs, lots of conflict reduced in one of the districts that we are working. And a bigger picture, it is also like required to negotiate about the importance of aid and also about the like causes of anger with the authorities to reduce this effect. I think with conflict sensitivity approach, we can achieve more because we will understand the causes of conflict, and we are avoiding anything which is creating more conflict. So with this, we understand the root causes and reduces the negative effect. With participation, the ownership ultimately goes to the people, so it goes to for a longer sustainability of the program to address the longer term poverty. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yassine. And Muna, we literally have 3 minutes left. So in a minute, how can we build that resilience?
I think both of you already answered that question, but supporting the resilience of the people. But we also need to look into, like Yassine said, that about the the drivers of the conflict. One of the drivers of the conflict, for instance, in Yemen, is the fragility and the fractions in Yemen. And I think that that needs a real focus on a transformative peace process that also includes the security sector reform, brings together the military, the police, the justice, the civil society, the humanitarian organizations, the private sector all together. Because what we've seen over the past few years is a very exclusive approach to peace building. This has really developed the violence in Yemen, and inclusivity is the major need for Yemen right now. And I think right now we, like I said, last month we had quite a breakthrough. We have a new presidential council, which is, we hope, going to bring in some sort of inclusivity, but it's not enough. We still need to work through a localized approach to the peace process with a gendered lens. We also need to have a holistic approach to food security and invest in a long-term vision for the country. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And Letitia, any other recommendations you want to share?
Yeah, I mean, just coming to Yasin's point on root causes, what's very clear in Ethiopia and something we've been underlining even before this conflict is that there have been cycles of impunity which have led to many grievances. And in a country which has now been in many ways divided, where there have been so many harm amongst communities and by the government towards communities, ensuring those grievances have channels where they can be aired, where those voices can be heard, and really ensuring that this cycle of impunity, and that means both obviously formal accountability for those responsible for the worst crimes in positions of command responsibility, but also obviously creating structures and systems so that there can be discussions around truth, around reconciliation. And it's essential now for all actors who are involved in potentially some sort of peace negotiations going forward, that these questions are central to the agenda going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've given us so much to think about, and this is an issue that our reporters have been following and will continue to follow. And we look forward to reading more of your work and engaging more on these issues. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Food for Thought is a nonprofit based in Sonoma County, California, that provides comprehensive nutrition services to over 2,000 people living with serious illnesses, including HIV, COVID-19, and a range of other conditions. Through discounted and donated products and services from TechSoup, Food for Thought has saved thousands and thousands of dollars on programs that we use every day. And this saves us time and money that we can then use to help feed our clients in need. From TechSoup's blogs and articles, I've gotten helpful tips on everything from grant reporting to how to transition to working from home during COVID.
I've taken webinars with TechSoup this year to help me plan events. We had to transition our events from in-person events to virtual events, and TechSoup webinars have been super helpful in providing me with tips and tricks on how to do so.
I always tell anybody that I come into contact with in my profession, if they don't know about TechSoup, to join right away.
From one nonprofit to another, if you haven't joined TechSoup already, I recommend you go for it. You'll save money, you'll learn a lot, and you'll be connected to other nonprofits all around the world.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm Raj Kumar, editor-in-chief and president of Devex. Nice to see all of you joining us online once again, and welcome to everybody here in person. How many of you have actually been to an in-person event like this recently? I know a few of you were like, no, this is the first time in a while. It's nice to see a lot of you. Some of you are friends I haven't seen in 2 years. So it's just great to get to be with you today. And for those of you who are joining virtually, we're thrilled you're with us too. And you can feel a tiny bit jealous of those of us who are privileged enough to be in this room. We are at a vegan restaurant here in DC, and I think there's some great food in store, which is very apropos of a food event. This is an event that is going to get into some of the really serious issues around food. So there'll be a lot here that we're talking about that, may be a little bit shaking. We're going to hear about why this is sort of a break the glass moment when it comes to the food crisis. But at the same time, I wanted to start with something fun. I've got this little prop here, pepper mill. Probably like a lot of you, I am a home cook and became more of a home cook during the pandemic. Anybody else here find themselves spending a lot of time on recipe websites and trying to be gourmet? Well, I'm always struck by how much food has changed, right? In a relatively short span of time. Think about human history, a very short span of time. So actually pepper, I'm sure in this room of experts, somebody knows where black pepper comes from. But actually my father was from the town of Calicut in Kerala, where Vasco da Gama landed in 1498. And the reason he went there was because that's where pepper's from, the Malabar coast, right? And in Europe, people were eating very bland food, and they wanted to find a way to get more of this good stuff. And how much has food changed since then? Now we just call this seasoning. It's like, we don't even need to use the word black pepper. Everybody throws it on everything. But not that long ago, it was uncommon, and it's changed our food culture. Think about what Thai food would be like without chili peppers. Think about Italian food without tomatoes, or Irish food without potatoes, right? Everybody's cuisine is relatively young and changing. And it's changed enormously since the Industrial Revolution, right? Since all the mechanization and processed food and all of the challenges, health challenges that has caused the world. So we are in this moment now where people are really starting to think about food systems in a different way. They're starting to ask questions about very basic things they put on their table. We just heard, if you were part of the live stream, from Lawrence Haddad, the executive director at GAIN, and Sean Baker, the chief nutrition officer at USAID. And they were commenting that this is the first time where people are actually talking about food systems. Just in 2008, 2009, at the last major global food crisis, we didn't even use that term, right? We weren't even thinking of it in that way. So our understanding of these issues is changing fast. And that's why events like this and the reporting my colleague Teresa Welsh does is so important, because we are trying to ask tough questions about the institutions and organizations right at the heart of this thing called a food system. Today's event is all about that. Where is this food system going? What does this food crisis actually mean? What are some of the tools we have to address it? We're going to get into many of those issues throughout the day. So I want to just say a huge thanks to all of you, to Sean and Lawrence for joining us in the live stream just now. All of the speakers who are coming up today, it's going to be a great day, online and in person. I want to say a particular thank you to our sponsors who make events like this possible. I want to say something about the sponsorship too, because there's been some conversation about who our sponsors are this year for this event. It's important that everybody understand an independent news organization like Devex, we simply cannot do our journalism, whether it's the articles you read online, the newsletters we publish like Devex Dish, or events like this, without the financial support of advertisers and sponsors. But our journalism is independent. It is entirely independent. We hold that credibility of our journalistic ethics very dear here. So while we greatly support our sponsors who make all this possible, they have no influence whatsoever on the editorial nature of our content, in person or online. You should know that. I think you do, but it's always worth reiterating that. And I want to say that anytime we have content that is sponsored or advertised, it's clearly labeled. So if you're on our website and you see something that's brought to you by one of our partners, it says sponsored. If you're at an event like this and there's a section that is sponsored, it's clear the speaker from that sponsor organization is there. Every other section, every other speaker has no affiliation whatever with sponsors, and you should all know that. And I want to thank you for your understanding. I think this is widely understood across the world of news, but maybe not everybody knows it, and it's worth reiterating. So with that, I hope you'll join me in thanking the people that did pay for and help to make events like this and our journalism on important topics possible. That's the PepsiCo Foundation, and that's TechSoup. And we really appreciate them being here today and supporting this important journalism that we're doing. Okay, with that, there's a lot to get into. And I don't think there's anybody better to kick us off on this issue of the food crisis than Ertharin Cousin. We're delighted to have you here. Thank you for making the trip in person to be here. My colleague, Teresa Welsh, senior reporter at Devex, who writes Devex Dish, is going to kick us off with this conversation. So again, welcome.
Thanks, Raj, for that very kind introduction. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I don't know about you all, but I'm back on the road again. It's been crazy, but that means that I carry COVID test in my purse. And you do.
We appreciate that.
And I wear a mask on airplanes, and I will continue to do it. People can look at me oddly if they like. But anyway, thank you.
I feel exactly the same way. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. As Raj said, I know you're back on the road in a serious way, so we really appreciate you taking the time to be here, but you really are the best person to kick off this event. We have said this to some of you, but we started planning this even before the war in Ukraine. And of course, now this topic is even more at the forefront and affecting, of course, not only the food system, but so many other aspects of global development, which of course Devex focuses on. So I'm so pleased that you're here. I'd love to start out just broadly. Obviously, the war in Ukraine is having a huge impact on the food system right now. What are you the most concerned about?
That people are admiring the problem, and we are not beginning to talk about the solutions and plan for them, and particularly to plan the financing for those solutions. We have created the targeted momentum that's necessary so that you're seeing articles, you're hearing opinion leaders across the globe from every sector talking about the looming potential for a high food price hunger crisis that could affect availability and affordability of food. Yet the solutions beyond, yes, let's ensure that we have the support for humanitarian organizations, which we must do, WFP, yes, but there's more that we should and must do, because this is not a acute crisis that will end tomorrow. The longer this challenge lasts, and because many of the issues, particularly issues like the high price of fuel, the scarcity and high price of fertilizers, the changing weather patterns, like this is a La Nina year, and so we know that that will have an effect as well. All of those issues are rolling down the track right now, and they started before the conflict. And so we know if the conflict ends tomorrow, we still need to address all those issues. So that's what is.
And what are some things you would like to see happening that aren't currently happening? What do we need to be doing? I think you're right that there is a lot of admiring the problem. Everyone's acknowledged this is an issue, but what should we be doing right now that we're not doing?
Well, my colleagues and I have spent a great deal of time looking at what is necessary. So start at the top. First of all, yes, we must address the humanitarian response. We must address the humanitarian response for the Ukrainian population. We must address the challenges that the humanitarian community, both WFP and all their NGO partners, are facing because of the high price of food and fuel and the need for increased contributions that are required to support the ability for them to provide full benefits, both from a cash as well as a food standpoint, for those who are presently facing acute hunger. But we also know that this is a crisis that is not going to, as I said, end tomorrow. And so we need to ensure that we are pre-positioning the food that is necessary for 6 months from now. We also need to make sure that we are planning for substitutions of commodities that would allow us the opportunity potentially to increase the consumption of the availability and consumption of more indigenous foods. That's not happening. We know that the 500 million smallholder farmers produce 80% of the food in the places where they work and operate. The challenge that the International Fertilizer Association suggests that for every 1% reduction in availability of fertilizer, that's a 30% reduction in the harvest. And so we know that providing access to the inputs that are necessary will ensure we can mitigate the lack of access to fertilizer today. The challenge is that we need to do better than just distributing fertilizer. That's what we always do. We always do to say, let's distribute seeds and tools to support livelihoods. What if all of that work we did last year around the UN Food System Summit, where we said we were going to transform it to a more equitable, sustainable, and just food system that operated within planetary boundaries, we use this opportunity to provide the tools to those same farmers that would allow them to have a more sustainable, begin to have a more sustainable agricultural production, that would allow them to begin to invest, to support their work in ways that they're using digital tools. What if we could make digital tools available that would support sustainable intensification of fertilizers, that would allow for farmers to share tools in a way and build their capacity in a way that they're moving forward. As Lawrence said in the video, that it's not about building back better, it's about building forward better. And this is an opportunity for us to do just that.
And I think the focus on resilience is really important, because that's effectively what you were alluding to. And, you know, we've had this shock of the food prices because of the war in Ukraine, and that's coming on top of COVID, which is coming on top of climate change, which is coming on top of conflict that was already happening. And, you know, as you said, if you're giving farmers these tools, you can actually be building that resilience instead of every time having an emergency response and doing the same things over and over again and never getting anywhere. So, you know, you obviously, as former WFP chief, were in the role of having to respond to food crises like this. What do you think we learned from past food crises, and what have we perhaps not yet learned that we need to learn?
Well, we can repeat the lessons of 2008 and 9 very well, because they've all been well studied. And we know that implementation of export bans or any kinds of export restrictions will, by net exporting countries, will detrimentally impact availability and affordability for net importing countries, yet we still do it. We now have 17 countries that have some form of export restrictions in place, including the most recent one by Indonesia of palm oil, at a time when we know that the 70% of palm oil, of sunflower oil that's produced by Russia, is unavailable, and that already affecting the essential oil, the price of and availability of essential oils. So that's one. We know that if we do not invest on the front end to support the type of preemptory emergency humanitarian response that I've been describing, it costs us 7 times more on the back end. And it is always more expensive.
It's always the case, but we never learn that
We
lesson.
never learn that lesson, but we keep repeating it. We talk about it, and I am really hopeful that if we all get behind and start repeating these same words, that hopefully this time it will be different. We know that as I said, I must speak to the humanitarian issues because my heart's always going to be there. We know that we need to ensure that there are humanitarian exemptions when there are restrictions that will allow for the access to food that is necessary. We don't want restrictions, but when there should be humanitarian exemptions for those restrictions. We also know that we must invest, as I've been saying, as Lawrence said, in nutrition, and ensuring that we recognize that this is not just about a food crisis. This is a nutrition crisis, because before this crisis began, 3 billion people could not afford a diverse and nutritious diet. Now, what we've been talking about for the past several weeks is how many people will fall into acute hunger. We have not been focused on the increase in the number of people who will no longer have the ability to afford a diverse diet. That 3 billion number is going to go up. The last lesson that I'd like to talk about is the one that should spur us all to action. There were 40 riots in the response to the 2007-8 food crisis in cities where the working class and young people can no longer afford bread. We're beginning to see that type of instability and community response in places like Peru and Sri Lanka and Iraq already. And so we know that the acute high food prices, when families can no longer feed their children, will result in civil action and population movement.
And I want to talk a little bit more about the financing piece, which is something that you have been working on since the UN Food Systems Summit last year. There was sort of this sense in the community that like, okay, we have this momentum, we know it's a big problem, but we've had these 2 events and attention is on this, and like now it's really time to hit the ground running. And of course, again, we have yet another crisis that we're contending with. So what's your perception of how that's going to affect the funding landscape, and what does that mean for the necessity to really get those dollars?
It all depends on what funders we're talking about. Okay. The challenge is when we talk about funding for investment in food systems transformation, government dollars are limited now. Many of the donor governments are continuing to reel in their own countries from their investments that they made in the national responses to COVID, as well as the increasing contributions that were provided to developing countries to respond to COVID. And those same low and middle income countries that were significantly impacted, both from a health standpoint, were also impacted from a financial standpoint. Their treasuries are empty. And those that rely upon taxes or other trade fees or other fees, those are significantly reduced because of all of the supply chains, the high prices of food, the challenges that these countries are experiencing in their own economic return to normality. And then so the question is, where's private sector? And the opportunity for us to appeal to private sector to support the investment that is necessary in food systems transformation is directly related to our ability to continue to build the heuristics that are required to move dollars into market-based enterprises that can support the food systems transformation in developing countries. We know in the energy community, there's been $520+ billion that has gone into climate, energy, climate business, energy related climate businesses. Yes. But in the food system, while we are seeing a year-over-year increase from the private sector in businesses and services, it is nothing compared to what we've seen in the energy sector. We need those dollars.
Why do you think that is? I mean, why is there this disconnect with the food system in particular?
Historically, agriculture and food systems have been deemed as too risky for private sector capital. And as such, the traditional risk lenses that investors, whether VC equity or commercial lenders, use to invest in businesses, the agriculture and food businesses do not meet their thresholds. The good news is that because of climate, because of the potential for blended capital, where we can bring government money together with private sector money to support the capital stack, we are beginning to see capital moving more into this space. We're also seeing more capital move into the space because of the opportunity for new tools like proteins and new digital tools, new biotech tools. The challenge with those investments that have occurred in the food and agriculture space is that they've all come online for affluent consumers and affluent farmers. They have not come online for poor consumers and poor farmers. And so the work that we are trying to perform today is how do we, again, build that capital stack in a way, build that narrative in such a manner that will allow us to track that capital to support the investments that are required to transform the food system.
And where would you say we're at in that effort? Beginning, middle, definitely not the end. How much further is there to go until it's where you really would like to see it?
Well, I would invite you all to join us at the Good Food Financing Network. This is Good Food Financing Network Week. We just held the high-level opening ceremony this morning with the speakers from both the private sector, the government, the UN, as well as the business community of entrepreneurs. And we will hold a series of conversations over the next 3 days to continue to build that narrative that is necessary. But we're in a nascent stage. We're still talking about what we need to do, building partners, increasing relationships. We have not yet achieve the level where the interest has developed into significant dollars. We are seeing some, and Food Systems for the Future, which is the organization that the impact investment fund that I and my colleagues started 2 years ago, we have the Good Food Opportunity Fund that we've launched here in the United States, and knock on wood, we are in final stages of due diligence with our first anchor investors, which will help us invest in Black and brown entrepreneurs in the food space here in the United States. And we have another project with the Minister of Agriculture and Protix and AFIA in Rwanda, where we've begun to receive the grant capital that is necessary to create the first insect protein company that is scalable to operate on the continent. And so slowly but slowly.
Well, it sounds like we have a lot to stay tuned on there.
Stay
Definitely.
tuned.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
And you mentioned smallholders, and I think that's a really important piece of this as well, that often we forget them. We, we're sitting here in Washington, D.C. We can be a little policy centric sometimes, and obviously that is important. But building that resilience for smallholders is ultimately what is going to help us build a more secure food system. Obviously, they're being threatened immensely right now. Tell us a little bit more about what you would like to see done with smallholders and the kind of support that they need. Obviously financial, as you were just talking about, but also, the technical assistance and just the availability of that knowledge and those tools.
When we talk about smallholders, let's keep them in context of the food system. This is where we fall into the trap of agriculture versus consumers and safety nets. We need to talk about this as the food system. And so what smallholders need is everything that you just described: the financing, the technical capacity, the tools. They also need the infrastructure, the markets, the logistics support. We saw this during COVID when systems failed because we could not move food from farm to market because of lack of access to refrigeration and storage. And so you saw produce rotting on trucks that had no refrigeration, and a reduction in the availability and affordability of the produce that was then in the market. And so when we talk about smallholders, let's not stop at the farm gate. Let's ensure that we continue that systems dialogue, and that the investments that are made in the tools that will support the smallholders go all the way to the consumer.
That's something I've really been thinking about since I was in Haiti last October and reported on all of the struggles facing the Haitian food system. And it's everything that you were just talking about when it comes to logistics. It's not only the farmers have no support from any kind of extension services or technical support from the government. That just does not exist, unfortunately, for them. So they're really left to their own devices with adapting to climate change and all of those changes. But then the roads are terrible. There's constantly fuel shortages, gangs are blocking road, the conflict plays into it. And it's just it's one thing after the other, which results in most of the food that Haitians eating being imported, and therefore it's not fresh and it's really expensive. So it's just that the whole supply chain. And I think that is something that we can tend to forget about, is you actually do have to think beyond the farm gate. Yeah. Well, we've got just about 1 more minute. So, thank you so much for being here. Is there anything else you want to share with our audience that you think they should know as we all think about the response to this global food crisis in this moment that we're in?
Well, first of all, let me thank Devex for this conversation and for convening this dialogue for the balance of the day and for continuing to report and write about these issues, because the way we make change is through public will. Well, that's how you drive political change, is when the communities of interest want that change. And not enough people even know that they're facing, that's what they're seeing on their grocery store shelves with the increase in cost of all the food on their shelves, that the gas price, I was listening to my son talk about $5 a gallon gas this weekend. All of that, while it's inconvenient to us and problematic for many here in this country, is life-threatening for people across the globe. And so the answers that we need require that there is a clear information and transparency around the challenges being faced by so many. And so we need you to continue to do what you do. Thank you.
I plan on it. Thank you so much, Ertharin. All righty, we are ready to welcome up our next panel. We have joining us Catherine Hollifield, who's the program manager of the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program, and Chase Sova, who's senior director of public policy and research at the World Food Program. Thanks to you both for joining us. Those should be on.
It's great to get the chance to be here today and to speak after such a great, stimulating, exciting presentation already.
Yeah, I think we're going to dive in a little bit more on the financing stuff for sure. So thanks to you both for being here. Really appreciate it. We wanted to, on this panel, talk a little bit about kind of both ends of financial investment in food systems. So WFP obviously very focused on the emergency side, emergency humanitarian response. GAFSP, much more medium to long term, building resilience. And so I'd love to start with you, Catherine. We're getting you here the day before you're having a steering committee meeting for GAFSP, so really timely. Would love to hear what's at the top of your list right now. What are you going to be discussing in that meeting? What are people's concerns in this moment?
Okay, that's a great question, something certainly very much on our minds. Our steering committee, just let me share that we have a very inclusive steering committee. We have representatives from the countries themselves, our partner countries. We have representatives from civil society. We have the donors at the table, and we have our partner implementing agencies, which includes World Food Program, among others. The purpose of our meeting this week is to really look at what's happening in the world through the eyes of the different seats around the table, the different people sitting around the table. What is it that the countries are experiencing? What is it that they see as the solutions? How are they building those solutions? And what do they want in terms of support, and from whom? Those are the sort of the first group of questions that we're asking and looking to hear on. The second group is really looking at our implementing agencies. And our implementing agencies are the multilateral development banks, the World Bank, African Development Bank, Asian Development Bank, etc., and the Rome-based food and agriculture institutions and agencies. What is it that those programs are doing? How are they pulling together their own resources and their own programs to respond? And then that's where GAFSP comes in. GAFSP really is meant as a complement to the humanitarian and short-term development response. And it's all about this longer-term question of looking at the medium to long-term sustainability of the system. So how can we at this moment, when the financing is so critical on the humanitarian side, try to keep a bit of a balance to ensure that when we get into this kind of situation in the coming months or the coming years, which we will, I mean, we've gone through COVID, we've gone through and we've been watching everything that's happening with the stresses from climate change that's there all the time, essentially. We've got the drought in the Horn of Africa. We've got conflict in many of the world's poorest countries, Afghanistan, Myanmar. We see what's happening in the Sahel. All of these, as we've heard and you mentioned, they're all waves of shock. So we have to complement what's happening in terms of the quick and necessary and just tragic response on the humanitarian side with trying to find a way to make sure that, as Lawrence Haddad said earlier, building forward better. And that's what GAFSP is trying to help support. So to me, this is where this partnership with World Food Program and our other implementing agencies is so critical.
Yeah, that's a really good scene setter, and I think it touches on what Ertharin was saying too about how we always struggle to have that longer term view. So it's good that we have an organization that was specifically created to be doing that. There's a lot on your shoulders. Chase, I want to come to you now and talk a little bit more about that emergency side. We of course heard a little bit from Ertharin on that as well, but we've all heard David Beasley out there. I might say begging for money, to be quite honest, when it comes to funding. How are you all thinking about the funding that you have right now, responding to yet another crisis when you are already forced to be cutting rations in places like Yemen and just really couldn't afford another crisis?
Right. Well, I'm from Wisconsin, so I don't have nearly as thick of the Southern accent or the persuasive powers maybe that David Beasley has, but I'm going to do my best up here to present in his absence. Raj, I think at the start of the sort of opening comments you mentioned, it's sort of a break the glass kind of moment. And I think it is kind of an obligation and a duty of mine to make sure that we are, that I'm pulling as many alarms as I could possibly get my hands on. There have been, over the last couple of months, a lot of references to the Second World War when it comes to global food security. In the Second World War, we lost 50 million people. And by some estimates, pretty conservative estimates, maybe between 10 and 15 million people in that war died of hunger and hunger-related diseases. Right? This was a mass starvation event on a scale that we haven't really ever seen. So those parallels are powerful and to a certain extent accurate today. If you look around the world prior to the Ukrainian crisis, we had 44 million people in 38 different countries who were on the verge of famine. Right now, there's at least 4 countries who are suffering from pockets of famine. Go to northeast Ethiopia or northern Ethiopia right now in the Tigray region, and you're seeing hundreds of thousands of people in that really terrible IPC 5 catastrophe famine classification. So the other day, I called up a colleague of mine, 30, 40-year veteran of the World Food Program, and I said, hey, I'm seeing all these incredible numbers. I've been with the organization for 5 or 6 years now. Help me make sense of this. I mean, is this as bad as I think it is? And this person responded to me and said, well, listen, when I was sort of, quote, growing up in the World Food Program, we would be responding to 2, maybe 3 corporate-wide emergencies at a given time. Right? Those are emergencies that are so big that you've got to draw in resources from regional offices, from other country offices, headquarters, and you've got to bring them where they matter most. And this person said to me, well, I think we're probably looking, if the math is right, it's probably more than 20 or 25 L3 equivalent emergencies at the World Food Program right now.
Wow.
Now, they don't use that classification anymore. It's a little bit different, but that gives you a sense of where this person's head was at. When Ukraine, they also said something else to me that I want to transmit to you. One was that, when you get in a situation like that, where the needs are so great and the resourcing is so inadequate to the problem, WFP becomes an organization that exists to move food from hungry people to starving people, right? And that's not a very enviable position to be in, frankly. So we've been doing our back of the envelope math and early assessments of what's happening in Ukraine. And the best I can tell from our economists and our vulnerability analysis mapping unit in Rome is that we're looking at about 47 million people being thrown into acute hunger because of the crisis. If it continues for the next couple of months in Ukraine by the end of this year, that's a huge number of people. It's going to bring the total up to 323 million. I've been thinking over the last couple of days as we're kind of prepping for this conversation, and I think 2019 is actually a pretty good reference point. If you go back to 2019, it was already a pretty tough year in terms of global hunger. We had 150 million people who were in that top classification. When COVID hit, it went up to 272 million. We were trending up again to 283 last year, and now with this little bump to 325. So I was hoping that this year would be a year of good news, one of the economy returning to normal, people getting back to work, and hunger numbers sort of trending back in the direction that we're looking for. But that just isn't the case. So when the numbers grow that big in terms of that acute hunger and the number of people who don't know where their next meal is going to come from, the World Food Program's budget necessarily grows commensurately. This year, WFP's budget is $20 billion. That's what we're looking for to reach the 140 odd million people that we're trying to reach this year. Just to give you a sense, back to that 2019 reference, in 2019, we were looking for $9.8 billion for the entire year. The deficit this year, the expected deficit of $10 billion is bigger than our entire operating budget was just 3 years prior. So it is a huge, enormous problem that we're trying to tackle. And we can talk about whether the financing is up to the task right now. I mean, I can tell you that it really isn't. What's happening is that WFP Operations, this is a huge organization, right? So 20,000 people, 5,000 trucks, couple 20, 30 ships, and a bunch of aircraft moving food from where it is to where it needs to be. Our budgets, because of food, fuel, and shipping, our monthly budgets are up about $70 million. So if you extrapolate that across the whole year, we are going to be looking to spend about $1 billion more this year than we did last year just to get back to neutral because of increased costs.
Those numbers are almost so big that they don't even compute. Like you can't even really understand what that means because it's so much money.
Yeah. You know, like, I'm sure we'll get into this, but I mean, I think it is important to note. I mean, the U.S. government is very generous, right? The U.S. government provides 40% of the World Food Program's budget in a given year. It's a huge amount of financing. We are very grateful for what Congress and others are providing right now. But frankly, we're almost an order of magnitude off from the scale of need. You know, this isn't a problem that you're going to solve with a couple $100 million. This is a multi-billion-dollar problem just on the humanitarian food assistance front. So now we're in this situation where it isn't just taking food from the hungry and feeding to the starving. It puts WFP and organizations like ours, other implementing partners, into a situation where they're now just choosing who lives and who dies, which is an entirely impossible position to put somebody in, but that, you know, increasingly those 20,000 staff at the World Food Program are making those choices day in and day out. That's why you're seeing David Beasley getting in front of every news camera that he possibly can to tell that story.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, the numbers are just so astronomical that it's just hard to wrap your brain around. GAFSP was created out of the last World Food Crisis. That's why the organization exists. What lessons do you think we have learned from that time that GAFSP is attempting to remedy? And how close do you feel you are to having the tools that you need to really be doing that?
It's a huge call to ask. And I think kind of keeping in mind what we just heard from Ms. Cousin as well is that I think we have learned lessons. I don't think we're necessarily all that good at trying to figure out how to address and to kind of live true to the lessons that we're learning. But I will mention 3 of them that I think have been critical and have been very important in terms of how GAFSP operates. The first lesson that we've seen is that it really is the countries themselves that need to be at the center of the analysis, the center of the design, and the center of identifying the kind of opportunities that they want to follow up on to really move forward and make big changes. They're the ones that are directly experiencing the impacts of the price increases. They're the ones that have lived the experiences in terms of what happens on the climate side with how the land changes, what can be produced on the land. They're the ones that really know what they need to actually change how they produce or how they respond to a crisis. So for us, one of the critical things is really making sure that we are connecting, and it's not just with the governments and the decision makers. It really is back to the point that's also been raised about the rural communities, the farmers in those communities. They're the ones, they're the ones that are even the best stewards of the land as well. They're the ones whose families, lifestyle, their livelihoods, and their legacies to their children depend on the quality of the resources that they pass along. So actually starting from that point and giving them the opportunity, but also supporting them as they design their own strategies and approaches. The UN Food Security Summit laid out the new pathways that are being designed and trying to look from that case. And this is, critical to try and see how you can actually build and move from that as the starting point. I think the second point relates to that and is again about the smallholders that are right on the ground. Actually going to them and giving them the kind of support that they need more directly. And that's one thing. GAFSP, when it was originally set up, gave grants to governments. What happened over time was that the recognition that, the smallholders may be the missing middle is what we called it, where they're the ones that really do provide solutions on the ground, so that we've been piloting for about 5 years and have recently scaled up so that the smallholders and the producers organizations that represent them get direct access to financing, to funding, to grants, so that they can develop their own capacities to serve as strong economic agents, and that they can actually move forward and be part of the solutions. And in fact, the experience under COVID-19 was pretty telling with some of the ones that we worked with. We have a project that's still active in Bangladesh, where the producer organizations very quickly recognized that they needed to find a way to shorten the value chain. They needed to get closer to the consumers and to be able to really get across. So what they did was they set up call centers in about 57 of their communities, which actually helped reduce the spoilage of food so that more food is available, and they could directly connect and get a stronger signal from consumers. So it was one of those solutions that was critical in a crisis, but it's an incredibly efficient way to rebuild a system so that you have more food at the end of the day from the same amount of effort and resources. So that's essentially my second message, is really work closely with the smallholders themselves. The third message is collaboration. And here's where working with development partners, the supervising agencies, having them all come together and really at the country level, listen to what the countries are saying and enable them to look across the different projects and programs that are in place, and actually having those supervising entities. We've got projects that are co-financed by all of the Rome-based agencies. So the FAO, International Fund for Agriculture Development, and World Food Program actually come together under GAFSP and help solve some of the problems along the way. And they have the same kind of partnerships with the regional development banks as well. Definitely making the resources go farther by leveraging what their own programs do, but also having them work together so that there is a more consistent and strong signal, and that responds to what the countries are telling them, I think is the third very important lesson. Of course, it's incredibly difficult in a time of crisis because everybody is so busy following up and trying to do what they can do, that having
Everyone's
that
panicking.
outrage, well, and not just panicking, but panicking and focusing and delivering. Sometimes it takes a bit of a step back to kind of look across and say, okay, I can be more efficient if I work with my neighbor, and if I can work with the agency across the street. Together, we have that package of tools that can really respond to the situation. And that's where the kind of partnerships with World Food Program, where World Food Program is actually doing the humanitarian into development, but then from development into the longer term building of the system, unleashing some of the climate funds sometimes as well, so that those resources then leverage better production, even in a crisis, which continues beyond that. Those are the lessons that I think we're learning, but we still have a long way to go to really implement them.
And of course, you can leverage the relationships that organizations like WFP already have with all of those countries, obviously a massive presence around the world. Would love to hear from you, Chase, a little bit about that partnership side and sort of how you at WFP think about working with organizations like FSP or others that, have the same long-term goals, but maybe you all have different sort of specializations within the whole system.
Right. It's funny because I when I first joined the World Food Program, I went to a board meeting in Rome. And I remember Ertharin being there, commenting to the board members, the 36 members that made up the board at that point. And she said, we cannot afford to save the same life year in and year out. And I thought that was a really impactful thing. And it stuck with me ever since then, in fact. It's quite an honor to be up here after Ertharin, who kind of motivated my career in this space in a lot of ways. There are so many spaces where we can be improving the way that we deliver humanitarian assistance towards those sort of development outcomes. And I think the relationship that my colleagues at WFP have with GAFSP is a really good example of that. But I think that there's also just some bigger trends that I think we need to grab a hold of and take better advantage of. Right. The biggest being social protection. And this is a space where, in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw the U.S. government quickly inject $5 trillion into its domestic economy. Some of that came in the form of SNAP and WIC, and some of it came in the form of direct payments or the PPE loans, all of that stuff. That was a huge injection in the safety net. Yet when you looked around the world, there was only a very small percentage of countries capable of injecting those sorts of resources, and even fewer who had functioning social protection and beneficiary transfer systems. And so this was a really, really big moment. And I think like 2 out of every 3 kids around the planet are not living under any sort of functioning safety net. So one of the really interesting outcomes of the COVID-19 pandemic has been that the World Food Program was approached by no less than 40 different countries and said, hey, we need help standing these systems up.
Wow.
Right. And honestly, it's quite a light lift from from a dollar and funding standpoint. It's a technical assistance, it's knowledge transfer, it's getting the right professionals in the room and the right technical folks in the room to be able to give time more than anything else. So that I think is a really interesting step forward. What is also happening in the humanitarian system that we talked about is this increase in the rise of cash-based transfers, and the benefit of cash and voucher programs. We still need commodities. To all my folks in the agriculture producer community, we love you. We still need commodities. That's really important to the work that we do. But the cash-based assistance is doing something else. Where you're providing EBTs, where you're providing cash, you're leaving behind this sort of infrastructure of financial inclusivity. You're allowing shopkeepers to take electronic payments all of a sudden that will endure when you leave. All of these things are really important. It also helps us when we work with a beneficiary or somebody, we find somebody in a forgotten part of the Sahel who has no physical identification. If those people can be enrolled in cash transfer programs, voucher programs, and you liaise with governments to get them on the dockets, all of a sudden they are now available to access other government programs and even the right to vote, and all these really important things. So I think on the sort of social safety net and social protection stuff, this is where I think we can be doing a lot more. And this is where USDA can be doing a lot more too. There are authorities in the last Farm Bill that give USDA the ability to do some of this tech transfer for safety net development, and we want to see that exploited just a little bit more. The other thing I would say, as it relates to GAFSP and other programs, is that WFP also does a lot of what we call food assistance for asset programming. Here in the United States, in the aftermath of the Great Depression, we saw programs like the Works Progress Administration, the Civilian Conservation Corps, that was putting people to work, especially young people to work, young men especially. And those are really important programs and things that WFP is trying to replicate in places around the world with these food assistance for asset programs. Imagine providing people with assistance or cash in exchange for their participation in community development projects and asset building projects. Bridges, ponds, dams, feeder roads to get into markets. We're developing and rehabilitating thousands of acres of land every year through these. And I think probably the best example, if you look at it, is the Sahel. There's a program called the Integrated Resilience Program in the Sahel. WFP and partners are working with 5 different countries there. In the places where that sort of asset work is being done and combined with school feeding and nutrition programming, you're seeing a greening of the desert. We can turn these places around. You're seeing reduced conflict between pastoralists and agricultural communities, and you're seeing an increase in social cohesion in those places. So that sort of resilience work, that model, I think is growing more and more important in WFP's eyes. And again, to Ertharin's point, not saving the same life year in and year out. The WFP in corporate speak, this is saving lives and changing lives, but it's a lot more than that.
And it sounds to me too, you're talking more about interconnecting the humanitarian and the development side, and not necessarily only having a humanitarian response to a crisis, but thinking about the development work as well.
That's right. That's right. And that's the way the governments program their dollars anyway. You look at USAID and they do a pretty good job of figuring out ways to stack and layer programs so that when WFP leaves, and it's our hope that we do, for somebody else to come in with a medium and longer term resilience and development program. That's just the way that those things are designed. I guess the point is WFP can be leveraged more given the fact that we have this enormous footprint and operating in 80 different countries with the staffing that we do in those places and so many thousands of local partners who help with food distribution and work with communities and school feeding programs. I think is under leveraged, and I won't speak for WFP in that, but I think they're under leveraged when it comes to helping transition from humanitarian to development work.
Catherine, I'd love to hear your perspective on that and sort of, thinking about GAFSP's role in the, thinking medium to long term. How do you think about the connection between humanitarian and development work, and, where might that bridge need to be made a little bit more solid so that the development work in the end can be more successful and we don't need a humanitarian response?
I would like to pick up on that point in terms of what you mentioned on the ground and the point that we heard earlier from one of the speakers. I think it was our colleague from USAID in the pre-recorded, talking about the critical importance of diversifying production and diversifying sourcing as well, and diversifying from a crop perspective, but a geographic perspective as well. And certainly when you look at the issues related to migration as well, actually finding ways to support production in the regions, in the countries, and in the communities that are actually impacted, so that you're not having to rely on production predominantly from some countries around the world, and to try and help support the development of those communities. And we all know that agriculture in rural space is a economic activity, but it's also very much part of the fabric of the community. It's a cultural activity as well.
And an identity.
Exactly. So it is a whole system from so many different perspectives, and actually supporting and seeing how the local actors can actually be part of the humanitarian solution. I mean, we saw that in a sense, in a different way, I guess, under COVID, where you had communities that were actually the making the PPE that was required. They were the ones that stepped up. They were the ones in countries that would immediately support the creation of household farms, backyard farms, where people were starting to produce on site. They're the ones that were connecting and identifying who are the vulnerable that weren't getting access to food, which is part of the crisis response. But that's the exact kind of community and local response that will make the community more resilient in the future as well. So I find it very difficult. It's not helpful to try and figure out where humanitarian to development, to emergency development, to long-term development, it's some kind of a continuum, but there aren't breaks between it. It's not one or the other. You really can look at how you do your humanitarian in a way that's building systems, which is what World Food Program is doing. And from the GAFSP side of things, and from the perspective of the multilateral development banks, really looking at it in a way that you build agriculture, you respond in a way that builds the resilience of the system and helps avoid those immediate crises. And that's the core of what GAFSP does. And just to be really clear about GAFSP, it's a financing platform. So the collaboration is not only on the side of the supervising entity supporting the countries, but it's also on the donor side of things as well, where donors contribute to GAFSP, recognizing that they're not the ones that decide where the money goes or which country gets the support. It's the countries themselves that decide who they want to work with, which supervising entity, and they compete for the resources. Where will they be used the most effectively? So I find that the direct support is really helpful, and I'm pretty new to GAFSP after several months. One of the things that I find really useful is that we meet regularly with our steering committee. We're talking about big issues like COVID-19, like the crisis that we're having right now. And we're told that we actually help facilitate stronger exchanges and really reinforce that need for collaboration at the country level, so that people that are really trying to get their job done remember that they've got to call their colleague across the street from World Food Program to say, okay, you're doing something similar. How can we make it work better? That's also a critical part. So I guess I'm breaking down a little bit. It's not one or the other. And it's the same as when you look at agriculture and climate change and climate resilience. You can't have agriculture without solid resources. You know that climate is actually undermining them. So if you're really going to do sustainable agriculture for the future, you've got to protect the resource base. Everything you do has to actually take that into account. So that's another kind of, it's not an either or. You really just have to do both.
And I think that was one of the messages out of the UN Food System Summit as well, right? One of the main goals of that entire endeavor was to make everyone see all of those connections that perhaps had been denied for so long. I talked to some climate folks that were intimately involved with that and, said, I never really thought about the food system in this way, right? And as well as, nutrition people, Lawrence Haddad said to me, he led one of the action tracks. I've never talked to so many climate people in my life. It just wasn't something that he was doing. It wasn't something that we were forced to be doing before that whole endeavor. And I think you're right that all of those connections and partnerships are really important. One additional question for you, thinking about your steering committee meeting this week. Chase laid out all of the, just massive need on the humanitarian side and the budget shortfall from donors when we're thinking about the humanitarian response right now. What are you hearing from country donors when you are saying, we need this support now more than ever? We really need to be thinking about resilience. As much as we're in a crisis moment, we need to be thinking about medium to long term. What are donor countries telling you right now?
I think they are very aware of those nexus issues that we just talked about, that they're completely committed and really apprised of the challenges they're seeing in terms of the humanitarian side of things. But they're also recognizing for longer term solutions, they do need to try to find those areas where they can contribute on both sides. I mean, doing things that actually support both the humanitarian and can support the longer term is critical. I think part of the practical reality too is that governments have appropriations of funds, and there may be climate funds out there right now that are already tagged and that they've been given the authority to spend those resources. They may not be that easy to put directly into something that's humanitarian, but the climate funds are where they tend to be contributing now to units like GAF-SP, because we're firmly supporting and actually seen to be part of the solution on climate. I mean, agriculture can hurt how it's done, but it can also heal the planet.
Right.
So that's also where it unlocks different sources of financing, which doesn't put us directly in contradiction with what's happening on the humanitarian side of things. The other piece that's critical that I would be remiss if I didn't mention is that GAF-SP is also looking to unlock on the private sector side of things. As we heard from Ertharin a few minutes ago, it's the risk that's the issue often. It's risk with the lowest income countries, but it's also agriculture that's risk. GAF-SP is exploring and is working with the International Finance Corporation to introduce blended finance so that some form of grants can actually buy down the level of risks there so that it makes agriculture more attractive for commercial interests to be investing in. We're also looking to expand that to our other supervising entities so that they can also offer the same kind of support, so that can reach the untapped potentials that are there for private sector funding into the food system as well.
Yeah, I think the private sector piece really is so key. And as Ertharin was mentioning, sometimes it's just hard to get the attention, right? It's you can jump up and down and wave your hands in the air, but how do you really show them that it's worth the investment?
Exactly. It has to be a worthwhile investment. And sometimes it's just a matter of seed funding going in to actually show and to overcome some of the notion of risk in agriculture, as well as the actual risk that's there as well. So seed funding in terms of grants can actually start bringing partners together that can build sustainable and commercially financial deals or financing going forward. So that's part of the challenge, I think, that's there.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I mean, the private sector has to be on board, right? They control too much of the food system for them not to be. So it's just, I mean, whether you like it or not, that's just a fact. So yeah, I think that's such a good point. Chase, coming back to the funding issue for WFP, and as you laid out at the beginning, just really alarming levels of funding. How does it feel like, the organization essentially has to make its case that in such a crisis environment with reduced fiscal space because of COVID, et cetera, crisis on crisis on crisis, how do you make the argument that WFP is where the money should go? That we are your best return on investment for these dollars?
It's a great question. And it's not a robbing Peter to pay Paul situation. What we don't want here is that dollars from development efforts are diverted into humanitarian streams. What we need is more, frankly. I mean, we just need more. We need to be doing an order of magnitude more than we're doing right now. It's plain and simple. I mean, I'm kind of running out of oxygen. We're yelling from rooftops. We're doing whatever we can to get people to care about this and excited about this. But we just, and we are making inroads. I promised Teresa that I would be optimistic about this. And I think that there are reasons to be, right? If you look at what's happening in Congress right now, well, one step back first, right? We spent $5 trillion during the COVID-19 pandemic. If you look at that funding stream and how that money was spent, just 0.3% of that went to international causes. If you back it out even further, just 0.03% of that went to international food assistance. So we're not asking for a lot here, given what has been spent in response to COVID-19. We're just asking that we can help put out these fires. Now, I think there are some really important things happening, right? So if you look back early in this year, in February of this year, a coalition of groups from WPUSA and others around the table in the room here today went up to Capitol Hill and went to the administration and said, hey, we need $3.8 billion in supplemental international funding, and that's going to at least help stop the bleeding for the 44 million people who were on that verge of famine. We didn't see that. But in the omnibus package, there was some supplemental funding for Ukraine. Not a lot, but enough. And some of that money is, of course, going to be used for other humanitarian purposes that isn't food assistance. So we really would like folks at AID and in Congress and other places to be advocating for as much of that to be spent on food assistance as we possibly can. The other place that we've had some luck and just a lot of really good advocacy work is around the Bill Emerson Humanitarian Trust. There is a sort of resource of last resort that exists at USAID and USDA that can be tapped in extraordinary times, and this is an extraordinary time. I think we're close with that. Some leaders up on the Hill, especially Senator Moran, were really effective in leaning on the administration to see that money released. That ironically started out as a wheat trust back in the 80s, and boy, is it ever needed in exactly the moment when wheat prices are rising pretty dramatically. So I think between the Ukraine SUP and between the Bill Emerson Humanitarian Trust, we're making some progress, but it's just not there. We just need to do a little bit more. And again, I'm very grateful for everything that the U.S. government does, and USAID is such a big partner of the World Food Program. Could not do even an ounce of the work that we do without the U.S. government, but we do now need people more than ever. I mean, I always talk about the relationship that the American people have with the World Food Program. This is an organization that was sort of built under Eisenhower. It was brought to fruition under Kennedy. It was Senator George McGovern who helped lay the foundation stone for the World Food Program. If ever there was an organization that U.S. lawmakers can see themselves contributing to the legacy of, it's the World Food Program. And we don't want to do it all. We just want to be able to provide the humanitarian assistance and start transitioning towards those development efforts. So I think the ROI is good. I think lawmakers know that. It's just we got to get out of our own way to get the right amount of dollars to the problem.
Yeah, I think that's a really great reminder of how important the U.S. is in financing food assistance and food systems around the world. I don't think anyone in this room probably needs a reminder about that. But the Bill Emerson Humanitarian Trust, they were talking about that up a hearing, and USAID really making the case and having the relationship with USDA to really get that money out the door. And it definitely sounds like folks on the Hill are interested in making that happen as well, because as you said, there's really no argument that now is not the time for that. Catherine, want to come back to you just with 1 minute if you have perhaps a moment of optimism that you would like to share too, as you're looking into your meeting this week, and something positive that you're hoping for as well.
Something positive. I guess what I find always very positive is we're excited because we're going to be hearing from farmers as well this week. They're going to be joining remotely for the meetings. And the discussions we have with them, the kind of messages that they send in terms of what they do and what they're able to do and the kind of support they need, I think is always really encouraging. My just previous job, I worked in India on the World Bank's program in India, very large agriculture program. And it's amazing the resilience that you see in the people that are there on the ground, and just their ability to look at opportunity and to turn it into action. The way that they do have strong communities that actually do come together. And, that's one of the things that I most value about my new engagement with the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program is we have civil society that directly sits on the board. They're being able to actually have that direct link down and to help empower and to recognize the fact that farmers, I think, are the largest group of private sector actors in the world. We tend to look at them, unfortunately, as recipients all the time, but they are incredibly resourceful and incredibly able to find the solutions to really take care of the planet and to produce food. So I'm all for unleashing that power and making sure that the money can go there and that they can be part of the solution.
That was certainly a moment of optimism. You did great there. I'm feeling optimistic after that. Catherine Chase, thank you so much.
All right, hello. I'm Kate Warren, Executive Vice President at Devex, here with...
And I'm
Ted.
C.D. Glenn, Vice President of the PepsiCo Foundation, Global Head of Philanthropy at PepsiCo Inc.
Great. Well, Ertharin asked earlier, where's the private sector? So sitting right next to you, right here. But we actually have gotten some criticism about having PepsiCo Foundation's involvement in today's event, particularly I think from the nutrition community, some skepticism around what PepsiCo Foundation's motives or intentions might be in contributing to these conversations and to fighting the global food crisis. You come from a global development background. You've been with Rockefeller Foundation, U.S. African Development Fund, Peace Corps. So you're now with the private sector. What would you say is why we should have you here as part of these conversations? Why should you be with us today?
Great question, Kate. And I always take skepticism strategically as fuel. Why should we be here? I mean, I spent those years at Peace Corps and Rockefeller and U.S. African Development Foundation and many international NGOs all over the world asking for the private sector to show up, asking for the private sector to have a seat at the table, because if we're talking about a whole food system, then you need some of the largest actors in the system to be at the table. And I'm grateful to Devex for having a seat at the table and hopefully for providing the opportunity for more people to have seats at the table at events such as this. Let me go a little bit deeper, Kate. I think we bring in the private sector, whether from a philanthropic standpoint or from our operations, some critical elements to this fight, if you will, to the goal of really looking at sustainable food systems all around the world. Let me talk a little bit about PepsiCo, because I think it's important for us not to just think about this blue can that's full of sugar and to think about PepsiCo as a global company. So PepsiCo, first thing that we bring is our performance. We're the U.S.'s largest food and beverage company in the U.S., pretty by far. And in that, what does that really mean? That means that we actually have a lot of influence and command and control of agricultural supply chains. And so using our powers as a force for good, our performance as a force for good is essential. We feel that responsibility, and we need to show up, to learn, to listen, to have a seat at the table, to listen. I listen to Ertharin Cousins a lot. I listen to a lot of the people in this room. A lot of them are friends to me. So we want to sit at the table to be able to listen, but we also want to bring our performance, our capabilities to this challenge of creating a sustainable food system. The second thing we really bring at PepsiCo is our brands. I mean, the reality is that you may think about PepsiCo and you may think about Mountain Dew, but we also own Quaker Foods. We also own Tropicana as a joint venture. We own Kavita. There's many products that you would think about off the beaten path in terms of chips, Bear, a lot of these nutrition. We're looking at from a portfolio standpoint, we're bringing a lot of new tools to this fight around food security and access to nutritious foods. And it's really important that, again, a company that has 23 billion-dollar brands inside of it. If we're shifting that portfolio to a more nutritious portfolio, because we're very consumer-centric, it's essential for us to hear not only what consumers need and want, but also what the community needs and want in terms of talking about food security. So our brands, our performance, our scale, 200+ countries and markets we operate in, and then our people like me, who come from social impact, international development space, who PepsiCo said, come inside the tent, help us do more good for more people with our scale, with our scope. And so 300,000 employees on the ground all over the world who want to be a force for good and who want to show up not only for community, but for country and for the planet. And PepsiCo as a company has made a large shift in terms of not only from a philanthropic standpoint, but saying everything that we do, we want to be positive. We talk about PepsiCo positive agriculture, positive value chains in terms of how we're sourcing, making, moving, and selling products, but also positive choices. And that's where that product portfolio is really important in driving down sugar in our products, driving down salt, driving down saturated fats, and you see more zero sugar products. You see things like Lay's potato chips, baked Lay's. And I just, as I close out, think about Lay's potato chips. It's one of the most prominent food brands in the world, literally in the world. It's one of these products that you can find almost anywhere. Next time you're in a store, look at the back of that yellow pack of Lay's potato chips. And my daughter's a vegan. She's 16-year-old. She teaches me a lot about food and food security. She looks at the back of everything. A lot of us look at the back of everything. Look at the back of a bag of Lay's potato chips. What you're going to see are 3 ingredients, not 5, which is sort of the thing that we talk about. 3 ingredients. You're going to see potatoes, one of the largest buyers of potatoes in the world. You're going to see potatoes, you're going to see a little oil, and you're going to see salt. 3 ingredients in that product. And so we are looking at our product portfolio in a different way. And we think we can have a seat at the table, but also have a license to operate and to thrive in a more sustainable food system.
Yeah, and I think some of that criticism comes from this sense that, big multinationals might set up a foundation for throwing some money for good PR, maybe call it like nutri-washing in this space. But what you're saying is, really embedding this into your operations and thinking about all aspects of your business and how you can contribute to making a difference in the global food crisis. And I know you have a lot of partners here in the room and watching online. So I'd love to hear some examples about ways that you're doing that and you're partnering with some of the global development organizations today to make some of those on the ground impacts.
Fantastic. And this is sort of totally off script, seeing who's in the room. I mean, I look at the room and I see Yanti, the CEO of Save the Children, working with them directly in Ukraine, the Ukraine response, WFP World Food Program. We spent a lot of time with WFP, whether it's Baron Sager at WFP USA or David Beasley. And so a lot of our response in terms of long-term food security efforts, but also short-term right now in the thick of it in Ukraine and the surrounding countries with partners such as that, but also through a number of programs that we have. And one of the things, our global commitment to food security is based upon 2 pillars: access to nutritious foods and then sustainable agriculture. So we think about a sustainable food system as one that is sustainable, one that is regenerative, and one that is inclusive. So we also think about who farms and how they farm. And so we have a program in the US and globally called Food for Good. Food for Good for us is a global platform, but it also embodies our commitment to food security. And that program right now in Mexico, the Quaker brand in Mexico has created a RUTF, ready to use therapeutic food. And we can use our product formulations to create, obviously therapeutic foods to address malnutrition. And we're doing that in Mexico, where 6 million kids in LATAM are undernourished, malnutrition, whether it's stunting or wasting, and using our product portfolio to put out into the market a real product that actually can act as having real impact and impacting children's lives in Mexico. We have a great program in South Africa. In South Africa, 3 years ago, we purchased the largest food company in Africa, which was called Pioneer Foods. And this is really a cereals and grains business. So if you've ever been to South Africa or Southern Africa, and if you ever had breakfast and you ever had Weetabix, we own Weetabix. And if you ever think about flour and some of the other cereals and grains in the market there, but that program through Pioneer Breakfast Foods, every day in South Africa, our breakfast feeding program feeds 30,000 children breakfast every day. 30,000 children in 35 different schools in the most impoverished areas of 7 different provinces across South Africa. I was a Peace Corps volunteer in the first group in South Africa. I know the country really well. The need is there. And it's just transformational in what I see from a firsthand perspective of what we're using our ability to make, move, and sell products, to source, pack, and deliver products for community, but also for children. So whether it's South Africa, whether it's Mexico, or even here in the US, working with a lot of US nonprofits, we have a social enterprise called Food for Good. And in that social enterprise, we make available to children and their families food during the times when they're in school. Sometimes there is no school feeding program. So whether it's breakfast, if the school doesn't have breakfast, we have a breakfast program. Lunch is pretty covered by most schools in USDA and the like. But after school, and we saw this hit hard in COVID, right? So they weren't going to school. We all know that kids they got a lot of their meals from schools, and there was no school. And so we use our operations. We have a large logistics fleet. We use our operations to provide meals to children at home. And it's the right kind of meal. Some of them are hot. Some of them are refrigerated. Some of them are shelf stable. Some people live in places where they didn't have real refrigeration. So using our capabilities to really bring about food for good is really critical, not only here in the US, but globally.
Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier about the importance of smallholder farmers. Obviously, as a large global corporation, you have networks across the world. So how are you working with smallholders to support them, particularly given growing crises, climate, COVID, conflict, the 3 C's, I guess. So what are you all doing on that front?
So I think, you don't think about us like this, but we're an agriculture company. We make, move, and sell products. We source things from the ground, and we hopefully put a little oil in it and a little salt, and then it becomes a potato chip or some other product. But the reality is that farmers are sort of our quote unquote bread and butter, all these food metaphors. And so we think a lot about farmers all over the world. We think about who farms and how they farm. Again, I said I want the food system to be sustainable, regenerative, but also inclusive. So how they farm, we spend a lot of time trying to even converting 7 million acres throughout the world to regenerative agriculture in our entire value chain in terms of our agriculture. But who farms? So inclusivity is really important to us. And when we think about smallholder farmers, 50% of all smallholder farmers around the world are women. And in Africa, where I spent a lot of my time in my career, 70% of people earn their livelihoods from agriculture. 70% of those people are women. So you're not going to get smallholder agriculture right if you don't include women and put them really as a priority. And so we've done that. We've done it in partnership, not with only PepsiCo, but with CARE. So we have a program with CARE International called She Feeds the World. It's focused on involving and engaging and empowering 5 million women over 5 years to really look at agriculture in a new sustainable way. And some really great stories that we have. We have programs and pilots right now in Peru, in Uganda, and in Egypt. But let me just give you 2 quick examples. So in Peru, a woman named Hilda is doing organic farming in strawberries. It's a cash crop, short growth harvest cycle. You can make a lot of money in organic strawberries anywhere, but also in Peru. Hilda's doing that. This is she went through the She Feeds the World program, learned some innovative techniques in irrigation. Now, this woman who was basically a solo female farmer has 6 employees and took her information, newfound information around irrigation, and now is on the irrigation board in Peru. So she's not only improved her life and her livelihood, but her leadership as well. Mali in Uganda. The program in Uganda is really looking at holistic solutions to women's economic empowerment, their lives and their livelihoods. And Mali is a woman who's a tailor, 3 husband, 3 kids, and was working with farming and potatoes and beans and maize and a couple of other things, went through the She Feeds the World program, really got a lot of the TOTs, the training of training programs, and she herself became a trainer. So now she's making more money. She's felt this newfound sense of agency. This woman, who again was a semi-literate mother of 3, tailor on the side and farmer on the side, ran for district councilor, won that office, and now is leading thousands of women in her community in northern Uganda. So we have examples of really what it takes when you do think about not only who farms, but how they farm, and then what impact we can make on lives and livelihoods. And PepsiCo is truly committed to this. But every example I can tell you is not PepsiCo going it alone. It's not the foundation going it alone. It's with partners, and it's by having a seat at the table with civil society, with nonprofits, with multilaterals, with other private sectors, that we can really transform this together. So I came here and sat at the table to listen, to learn, to lead where we can, but also to really tell you to leverage us. We have capabilities, we have scale, we have reach, but we also have commitment. And this is not only PepsiCo, plenty of companies out there are trying to be a part of the solution. And we should, yes, keep the skepticism, but also invite us to sit down and really ask us to use our powers for collaboration and our powers for real bringing about change for good. So grateful to be here.
Well, great. Thank you. And we invite everyone to come up to CD throughout the rest of the day. And your daughter will be very pleased to be having a vegan dinner this evening.
No, she's jealous. She's so jealous. We moved to New York now, and she's like, Daddy, where are you eating tonight? I don't want to tell you. I don't want to tell you.
She'll be very impressed.
I'm also here with some colleagues here, Gina Judge and Lucy Dufour from the foundation, who I came from New York, but they came in from Dallas and from Chicago. So we're serious about this. We're not new to this. We're true to this. Let's do it together. Thanks, everyone.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thanks, Kate. I would now like to welcome up to the stage Abby Maxman, President and CEO of Oxfam America, and Charles Uwuba, CEO of Action Against Hunger. Can I actually have you here and I'll have Charles there? Yeah. I'm going to have you both on this side, actually. That's easier for me. Thanks so much to you both for being here. I also just wanted to make a quick note. That Jess Fonzo was supposed to be on this panel as well, but she unfortunately had a duty with her school. She's a dean at Hopkins as well and got called into a meeting last minute. So apologies that she's not here. Let me just pick this up real quick.
We are here to talk about one of the more ongoing crises in the food system, which is climate change. And so I think it's important that we not forget this topic when we are in the midst of, again, yet another crisis, right? We've been talking a lot about the food price crisis, everything about Ukraine, et cetera, et cetera. But I'd like to step back from that a little bit and talk a little bit more about the longer term impacts that we're seeing from climate change. So obviously both of your organizations work in many communities all around the world. So I'd love to start by talking a little bit about what your beneficiaries, what your communities are feeling from climate change. What do you hear when you talk about this topic to your communities? Abby, we'll start with you.
Thanks so much. It's good to be here. And it's so important to be talking about the systems. And that's been a thread of the day. And it's putting the spotlight on that is just fundamental right now, because what the communities we work with and our partners are saying repeatedly is there's this supercharged compounding impact of climate on COVID, all of the C's that have already been mentioned, but putting the human face to who is affected disproportionately. We know it is Black and brown communities. We know it is disproportionately women. We know that as you go and experience the compounding impact of climate, the same people are disproportionately feeling the effects, and they are least responsible for the causes of climate change and the impacts they're experiencing. And so from the Horn of Africa, we know that the data, we know the numbers, we've heard them throughout the day, but there's individual people whose livelihoods are being affected. And just one of a pastoralist named Kali Daoud in Jubaland, Somalia, who spoke with us just the other day about having 150 cattle before these repeated shocks, the climate of drought, and he now has 0. This is a 75-year-old pastoralist who has managed to adapt and have a livelihood, and his livelihoods are decimated, and has talks about we're staring hunger in the face. And so the face of hunger is everywhere right now, from the Horn of Africa, from what we're seeing in the Central America Dry Corridor, where from 2019 and 2020 alone, before what we've been seeing, they experienced the highest increase in hunger. And we've heard the numbers throughout the day already of what's happening to people everywhere, from Bangladesh to the Horn to the Sahel. And the stories and the human faces and the women who are making those impossible choices. And for myself, as a mother of 3, I often think about that choice of, I would have to choose of who gets to eat of my children and when. And those are truly impossible choices. And we're watching that increase significantly at a time when we know these are truly solvable problems. They are complex, they are huge, they are growing, yet with a combination of policies and political will and investment and diversification and localizing sustainable food systems, real changes can happen.
Yeah, I want to just talk a little bit about Somalia. If any of you got a chance to read my colleague Sarah Jerving's really amazing reporting out of Somaliland, she was on a reporting trip there just last month, I believe, and just really stark images and stories, of people that are being forced to make those choices. And with climate change, I think we're seeing as well, every time people are forced to cope after, a bad season, after yet another drought, and animals are dying off, people have fewer resources to fall back on, right? They sell other resources and you're left with nothing at the end. Yeah. Charles, I'd love to hear from you. What are your communities thinking about when it comes to climate change, and how is that affecting the way that you all are thinking about responding in those places?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here to share some thoughts. We're seeing the effects when we wake up in the morning and we go to our nutrition and health centers, and we have women who have lined up there with their children in their arms, extremely weak from malnutrition. And what are they doing? Waiting to be helped. What happened to them? Because these mothers coming from places where they've seen severe drought, or in cases, flooding, and so the children have not been fed or have not been fed properly for weeks. And so they have very weak bodies, cannot even take in food. So they line up, we walk up, there they are. We have to help them right there. What else are we seeing? Just last year, climate change has, what they did was to bring the perfect breeding ground for locusts. So we saw locust swarms the size of Los Angeles descending on parts of East Africa and devouring crops. That's what happens to people in the area. We're seeing many of these things happen in Ethiopia. What we are seeing today with the food prices going up, but also part of it is the energy issues. We're talking of a food basket now having been increased by 66%. If you live in that community and you have food basket increasing by 66%, what are you going to do to feed your child? Those are some of the issues. So for there's one message that I want to send is the urgency of the issue. This is so urgent. This is not yesterday. This is today. And there's something that we need to do to be able to help these people. That's what I would say.
I think that urgency message is so important because as we've been discussing throughout today, it really is one crisis on top of another. And it's kind of easy to forget about the last crisis because you must respond immediately. Abby, how would you think about trying to keep attention on this issue of climate change when, we have shock after shock after shock? We had COVID, obviously now Ukraine. How do we keep the world's attention on this? I think we've proven as a global community we know exactly what we need to do, but of course it's not happening.
Well, all of us need to keep thinking about how to keep the world's attention. As you say, it's almost a whiplash of crisis to crisis to crisis. And I think people's absorption capacity, those who want to support and engage and get involved and give money, they don't even know what to give to. People want to do the most good, and to help them do that is really critical. I think there's a combination of being able to explain and help people understand both what individuals can do when you talk about things like food systems, that everybody can make a difference, and look at, consumer education and one's own individual agency and what you can do in your home to make a difference, whether it's here in the United States or elsewhere. At the same time, giving that understanding of policy solutions that can really matter and help people understand the supply chain and the value chains and how it works. We know that a driver of what people eat is what is produced and subsidized. And so we know that there's just 3 crops, wheat, maize, and rice, that account for about 1/3 of calories that the world's population consume. And so when people understand, when you talk about diversifying and localizing what people eat, helping make that palpable and understandable. Like, what do you mean when we talk about these giant numbers that can feel so overwhelming, and and we're going to fix the what, and my action is going to make a difference. So helping people both individually, collectively, and all of us, the collaboration and the partnerships that are fundamental, so that we can incentivize different ways of diversifying and localizing production that is much more sustainable and makes food access more accessible. And also those issues about purchasing power and how you can localize and make food accessible locally.
Right. Yeah. Charles was, talking about how expensive food has gotten. And obviously the whole world is seeing that. Here in the United States, people are constantly talking about, how much supermarket prices have gone up. Charles, how are you thinking about the ways to build more resilience in communities, both longer term, but also to respond to these emergency shocks and provide support to people that, can no longer buy what they need to buy at the store?
So I think where we are today, anytime we go into a place where we're doing some programs, we always have to have a long lens to be able to see into the future. So it's not just the emergency program that we are doing today, but needing to look into the future. I say so because the history of, and I've been doing this for the last 20 years, And part of our challenge that we see is that there is an emergency programming. When you finish with the emergency programming, the funding is not available. Then there's development funding. By the time we have the development funding come in, guess what? Whatever we started in that place is no longer working. Those activities are not sustainable. So 5, 6 years later, we go to the same place with emergency funding to be able to do that. That has to stop. The transition between emergency and development, I think one of our speakers said it, it's not a straight line. Sometimes it's cyclical. So whatever we start to do today, we need to be able to look into the future. That's where the whole thing starts. Another part of it is when it comes to climate change, the work that we do today, it is extremely important to look at what are we cropping. So let me give you an example. If you look at the Sahel and many of these areas that we work in, we need to go back to growing those indigenous crops because they've had hundreds of years to be able to adjust to the environment. We know that. So many places that we work in is not, it shouldn't be maize. In fact, it's millet and sorghum. Why? Because they have adjusted easily. Maize is a pumped crop. Maize requires a lot of water. Maize requires a lot of nitrogen. It depletes the nitrogen within a short time. Why would you want to grow maize in an area that is so dry? So part of it is the work that we do in those areas to be able to go forward. And maybe the last point to add is needing for us to be able to look at the agroforestry and the agroecological systems. Why? Because we know that with climate change, when the rains do come, they come in torrents, pouring so hard. When we're able to integrate trees into the cropping system, guess what they do? We all know that we did biology, we did all the work, right? So the rain comes in there, it absorbs that power. It gives enough time for the water to be able to percolate into the soil to feed the underground aquifers. We know that. Some of the trees actually are nitrogen fixing. They're taking atmospheric nitrogen to fix nitrogen in the soil. So we are reducing our dependence on nitrogen. Why would we not do that? Some of the trees, actually, the leaves, serves as fodder for animals. Why are we not doing more of those issues? So I'm saying, as we go forward, looking back what we've done, there are great examples that we need to be able to do and perhaps go to scale. The time is not here to be able to find out, is this going to work? We've been here for the last 20 years. Scale is important. Whether it's come from Abby and I buddies, right? Whether it's coming from Oxfam or any other place, we need to take it and go to scale. That's one way that it is. I think we can be able to see a lot more work being done in this area.
What are some of the barriers on the ground if you're trying to convince a farmer that was growing maize that actually they should be growing sorghum and millet instead? Is that a hard argument to make?
In some cases it is, because I think we've introduced the foreign crops, right? Most of the time we do taste, we're trying to which one tastes good and others. But it's difficult because they've gotten used to maize now. So it takes time, and that's where we have to work with the community. Sometimes we show them examples. Sometimes we engage with them. Like, look, in this area, millet was the one that was being grown. But what is the nutritional value of millet and corn and sorghum? So by making it available to them and engaging with them, they're more than happy to be able to pick it up. But we have to incentivize them to be able to move away from some of these. It's all about incentives that we need to be to tell the ordinary farmer to be to go for. And then if we can help them, in some cases, the smallholder farmer, incentives like irrigation. We've mentioned the smallholder farmer here, but I would say one of the things we need to do more of, irrigation for the smallholder farmer. $170, less than $200. We are able to irrigate 2 acres of land. And we know that that's the only reason why production is low. If you look at the hydrological map of many of these places, we have enough streams and water. There's water underground. $200 with a treadmill, we can crop 2 acres of land. So those are some of the things that we have to work with the community and tell them, and they buy into that when we do that.
How about you, Abby? How are you thinking about that issue of incentivizing farmers to take up more climate-friendly practices?
Well, it's building on Charles's point. There's looking at the system as a whole, because it is a system, and we see what farmers grow is what governments subsidize. And so there's a connection there. And so we have to end what international research and development actors are supporting. So all of us, this is a moment, and it's a critical moment, as I think we all agree, to see, is this time for a strategic reset in what is incentivized in the whole system? And so every action, if farmers are incentivized and if subsidies are to grow locally, and diversify and look for sustainable and climate resilient crops. This is an opportunity, while also investing in making sure that people have access to food now. And so it's looking at the suite of approaches and this, getting away from the false humanitarian or development. A farmer does not think of themselves as a humanitarian or a development. They're a human being, and they're farmers who are working to support families and livelihoods. And so we can kind of reset how we talk about it, how we incentivize, invest, diversify, and localize.
What more needs to be done to break down those silos when we're thinking about climate change? We were talking a little bit earlier about how, in the UN Food System Summit, part of the reason behind that event was to bring together folks from so many different areas and say we do really all have a common agenda here. What more needs to be done there? Because obviously we're not there yet.
Well, again, looking at from a systems, from farmer to system and farmer, when we look at some of the financing instruments for climate, there was a study recently of looking at the Green Climate Fund, and on average, it took 21 months for a project to be approved and get resources out at a macro level, at that level. Now, 21 months, we know that there's an urgency of now, not just on responding to humanitarian needs, but in transforming the systems. And so we have to look at how there's not this dizzying array and complexity of how the financing that does exist gets accessed, concurrent with making sure the investment in what people need now. How do we drive down purchasing power? How do you get cash and food accessible to people who need it now so that they can invest back, and look at even some links between what is grown and what school feeding programs are happening locally. And so making those links, every one of us, from the private sector example to public and government and civil society, and making sure we're having the voices of those who are most affected at the table to help inform what's happening and where investment flows.
Mm-hmm. Charles, I want to talk a little bit more about that investment piece. What more needs to be done to make sure that the investment actually is getting directed to where it needs to go?
So part of it has to do with the kind of programs that our donors are funding. Having done this for 20-something years, if I wear my lens, I'm looking at it, the proposal, I'm finding out, what would this lead to? Because we know the resilience framework we've used for all these years. Is it in there? What would that lead to? When are you stopping? If you come back 5-10 years later, are you going to do the same thing? So for me, part of it is also making sure that what the donors are funding with climate change, which is here today, needing to be sure that whatever we do today, we have a climate lens to all the proposals that we're actually pushing it out. It is critical. So we need to be able to do that. And then if we want to go into some details, to what extent is it actually helping within the community, and are people actually going to be fed well, and what does it mean? Part of this is also, for me, I will go even back to how the children are fed as part of the whole process there. Stunting, if you ask me. The reason why we have inequality is because we have children who have stunted brains. So part of the work we do today is to make sure we deal with stunting today. Because the data is clear. A child whose brain is stunted, we know that his or her earning capacity is going to be low. We know what it means for the offspring coming from this child. So as part of the work that we do while we're trying to look at financing and others for the future, we need to make sure that we build these into our programs and to be able to do it well. Perhaps the last thing to share with you all is the data is so clear. If we invest $1 in hunger programming, the fact that we're going to get $16 in return is the reason why I want to speak with my buddy from PepsiCo and engage with you, WFP and others, to be able to see more investment today. If I can say this, the money is not enough. Don't we need more money here?
Well, I would say yes, but to some of the data points, look at what governments are investing, the percentage of a percentage point. We have the ability, the world has the ability to produce enough food and make sure it's accessible, but we know that there needs to be a reset of what people prioritize, what gets invested in. We all have to use our voices to influence whether it's our governments and multilaterals and how those systems flow, because yes, we absolutely need more investment. And I think there's a false narrative that there are not enough resources in the system. We get into income inequality and other underlying issues that are driving how money flows in certain countries and contexts, and who is able to finance and resource at the levels that is possible. And I think that the resources are there and can be there with political will, public pressure, mobilizing action, and our collective partnerships.
And I think one of the things that I've always found interesting about climate finance in particular is it's really difficult to track, right? Companies, donors, everyone can make announcements, and it's really challenging to determine if that money was spent, if it was spent the way that they said it was going to be spent. I did a story, I think last year, looking at the food systems aspect of climate finance, and it's really difficult to tell where the money is. And I think that makes this all the more challenging, right? Because you want to be able to call people out. You want to be able to say, oh, you did a good job, or, where have you been? You need to step up. But the data is really challenging. And we were hoping to have Jess talk a little bit about the data. So unfortunately, that piece of this conversation is missing. But I think that's a key part, right? Because how do you make the argument if you don't have the data for what's currently happening?
Well, and that's where we have an opportunity, all of us, to work together to share data, be data informed about anecdotes. We know that the stories are happening. We have data, and how do we connect the dots on data? But absolutely, it would be great to dive. It's necessary to dive more deeply into that. Sure, Charles, you have thoughts on that?
I think so. I think that the tracking part of it is very important, Teresa. Making sure that we understand, the transparency part of it, but being able to track it from point A to point B. This is where we have the challenges. And this is where even going back to use satellite, imagery analysis and others. So the funding is being done in a particular place. We can do those analysis. We can tell the size of streams, size of vegetation, even the yield that it has produced and what it means going forward. So if we can be able to reset and start from now, we should then be able to use that baseline then to be able to track it as we go forward. Without the baseline, it's very difficult to be able to compare where we started and where we're actually going. So those are some of the things we need to be able to do.
That's a great point too, is how do you actually mark progress if you don't have the data of where we were and where we're going? I want to talk a little bit about how, transformation out of climate change could also be an opportunity in the response. How can we use this as an opportunity to actually remake the food system into something that is more sustainable going forward?
Well, thinking about this conversation about what is a sustainable local food system. And I think there's more talk in certain contexts about that. And how does that become a dominant narrative? In the same way, analogous of during COVID, what it unleashed was a recognition of inequality and income inequality, things that were not talked about as often. And right now, I think there's the compounding, supercharged nature of what's happening, and can be, as you say, an opportunity to bring light to, it has to be a moment to reset, apply learnings. Earlier on, you were talking about, oh, have we learned anything from? And we can mark whatever point in time. And actually, the learning has happened. A lot of research is there, and data and information and studies, but the applying the learning, the political will, the incentives and pressures that get politicized and polarized need to change. And so, looking at sustainable local food systems and how we each play a part in that is going to be key.
Yeah, exactly. We can write a lot of papers about it, but does it change the way that we actually do things? Charles, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity for us to get healthy as human beings. That's what it means as part of this process. Because if you look at a typical sustainable diet, its simplest definition is healthy food that also causes the least damage to the environment. There's an opportunity in there. I know it's a complex subject because both sides of the equation, with the consumption side and the production side, right? But if you look at it very carefully, I know the consumption side sometimes can be a little bit emotional. We understand that. I mean, we know today that a kilogram of beef on our table, before we see it, has already caused 99 kilograms into the atmosphere. That's carbon dioxide. If you put it into perspective, 1 kilogram of chicken on our table, how much? 10 kilograms of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Let's talk about beans. 1 kilogram of beans on our table, less than what? Is 0.98 of a kilogram that goes into the atmosphere in terms of carbon dioxide. I know it's complex and it's very difficult, but it's an opportunity for us to be able to understand this, for us to get even healthier. Now, that's the consumption side of the equation. The production side, that's where I think we have a lot more opportunities to be able to do. And I've already indicated the agroecological systems, the agroforestry systems and others that we need to be able to do. This is the time for us to understand that we live in a global ecosystem. And within an ecosystem, whatever happens within that ecosystem has an impact on every unit that is within that ecosystem. So part of it, Teresa, is us educating and letting people understand. This is a time to reset. Abby has already indicated that we can even get healthier and learn to live with this beautiful environment. Without that, I don't know. 30 years from now, I don't know where we're going to be, Teresa.
I would like to think somewhere positive, but it can be hard.
It can be hard, but as I think CD talked about his daughter influencing, I mean, I feel like I am the target of my children's advocacy every day of when they look at what I, if I bought something and, spending time at the grocery store, like, where am I going to find the thing that doesn't have the plastic and doesn't have the, it's very hard, but that's our future too. It's the next generation of activists who are thinking and critically thinking about what they do, what we do, what others can do, and how they can make a difference.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point too, thinking about how much power consumers have. And in some instances, unfortunately, not a lot, but in other instances, yeah, they can be driving choices. I would love to bring our audience into this conversation, take advantage of the fact that y'all are here in person. If anyone has a question, we've got a roving mic, so feel free to give a little wave, and we can bring you into the conversation. But I would love to talk a little bit about as well the thinking about climate change coming out of the UN Food Systems Summit. I mean, are you both hopeful that we really can maintain attention on this in this moment of crisis?
I think that every one of us in this room, and hopefully everyone watching, has real agency here. And so hope we all have a responsibility and an opportunity to maintain attention and keep hope. There are alternatives, not ones that any of us who it's been our life's work are ready to think about, because we're looking at the macro implications of what's happening with the war in Ukraine, the impact on fuel, food, fertilizer, all the things we've talked about today. And we have to keep hope. We have to keep action. We've seen when the power of people coming together and taking action for climate and for racial equity and racial justice, we know what's possible. And there's been a lot of reckonings over the past several years. And if we can't lose the momentum and the commitment, even when our gaze gets pushed here and there, what do we all do every single day to keep attention, to keep momentum, to keep commitment, to do these things of investing, localizing, diversifying, and incentivizing the right behaviors, how we invest in smallholder farmers and local production. And it's something we just have to keep galvanized around every day.
And it can be hard, right? Like that was quite the laundry list that you just had there to maintain energy on all of that.
I'm, like Abby, I'm also very, very hopeful, just for the word hope itself, because of what hope does for us, enabling us to be able to have that energy and desire to be able to go to face tomorrow. And that is critical where we are today. But I'm also hopeful because there are lots of programs with great results in the world today that we need to be able to go back to and be able to do a lot more of. We can go back to Ethiopia and the Antioquia Valley when the famine happened. Go there today, it's green. Why? Because of what we did at the time. That gives me hope. Because IB's, organization, my organization, Action Against Hunger, Care International, and others, great programming. We don't need to struggle to find those programs. It has to be available to us and then take it to scale. So I'm hopeful.
And adding on that even further, the stories of hope. The Mali in Uganda, who we talked about earlier, or heard about earlier. I mean, these are people who are awe-inspiring every single day. People who are lifting themselves up, doing the hard work, the resilience of the human spirit and the human effort. And it is really, and I think if we can bring those stories to light and remind of the power and privilege we all have to be able to keep that. Yes, there's a lot, but the choices are about our future and about a sustainable world and sustainable food systems that actually support a just and equitable world.
And I think you really can see that energy and enthusiasm from farmers directly, right? They are the first people that want to be empowered and help, solving this problem. I've been in literal fields of corn in Guatemala and having farmers explain to me, oh, this is how we, have learned to cover the ground and take the excess tree cover to keep the moisture in the soil. And you can see, oh, this farmer's doing it. And right next door, this farmer's not. And that's what helps the community sort of understand, okay, maybe we have to make some changes of what we've been doing. It's hard, but when you're in the community and you can see, oh, my yield is going to be twice as much as it had been, even though we still aren't getting any rain, I'm incentivized to actually make these changes.
Absolutely. And just another thought, I think pre-COVID, we all saw some progress, real progress around SDG2, for example. The needle did move. We know it can be possible. And so how do we, even during times that can feel really dark and overwhelming as we have these compounding crises, remember what is truly possible?
So he's talking about farming, didn't want to say it, Teresa, but you brought out the word. I'm a farmer. So when I'm not doing my day job and I go to Ghana, I go to the farm. I'm farming. They do understand what is going on there. Let me give you an example. Last time I visited a small stream that I grew up in that village. It had never bursted banks before. Very small. This time around, all over the place, and everybody's talking about it. They don't know that it's caused by climate change, but they know it's not good for the environment. So they're worried. That's what we see at the ground. They do understand it. So what we need to do to be able to continue to encourage them, give them examples of what has worked in other places, take them to those places, they will be able to learn from it. And from that, I think we should be able to do some good stuff and be able to do it well. So.
Well, I think that's the perfect note to end on. A little bit of optimism from this panel as well. Abby, Charles, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, next I would like to welcome to the stage Ted McKinney, who is the CEO of the National Association of the State Departments of Agriculture and former Undersecretary of Trade and Foreign Agricultural Affairs at USDA. I'll have you sit right there.
Thank you.
There you go. First of all, I want to mention that Ted is literally just off a plane. So thank you so much for arranging your schedule to be with us today. We're so pleased that you are able to make it and really appreciate your agility in getting here on time.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure and glad to be here and to see so many people. Some I've known, some I haven't. So thank you.
Yeah. Tell the folks in the room and as well as our virtual audience who might not be familiar with NASDA what you all do.
NASDA is an industry organization based in Arlington, the DC area, and it's about 103 years old. It is essentially the organization where U.S. state secretaries, directors, or commissioners of ag come together in their departments. It's the same title. Different states have a different role. In Indiana, I was a director. The same person, the same role. In South Carolina is a commissioner. And so we work with the state departments of ag, not to go help them do better things in the state. There could be that. But like anything else, it's to take all of their interests and represent them better, not only in Washington, D.C., but internationally. And the thrilling part about being on this program is we're ramping up our international outreach quite significantly, we hope. We'll know in a month.
And why is it important to make that connection between American farmers and global food security?
Well, I'll give you my opinion. I think some fantastic programs that existed, even some exist now, but the idea of farmer to farmer exchange, policy exchanges, government to government exchange, I think has waned a great deal. And this started happening before COVID. It most certainly was impacted in COVID. And so when I was in my last role at USDA as the Undersecretary for Trade, I did my 490,000 miles before COVID shut down. And oftentimes I said, I wish there were 3 or 4 more people like me that could go speak to these people, seek to understand what are the needs of these countries, and likewise share with them ideas on what's working here. So if you can call it a goodwill exchange and information exchange, understanding each other exchange, that's what we hope to do more of. You ask a bit more why. I mean, many of our states in their agriculture, gross domestic product, their policy understanding, their love and passion to do world good, they just haven't had that chance because states tend not to provide very much money for that kind of thing. So I have been out trying to find some, and I think we found some.
Excellent. And, as we were just discussing on the last panel, I imagine, climate change is obviously something that's universal for farmers here in the U.S. As well as abroad. What are some of the connections that you can make when it comes to that topic and, research, innovation, and knowledge sharing?
Well, sure. Well, I have to look back. And let me just tell you, I grew up on a farm in Indiana, and I was just there. We started planting corn on Saturdays. So I'm very close to that. And in my role as director of the Department of Ag in Indiana, I lifted up a lot of farmers, most of them organic, to find their way into farming, just as we help those that are larger, more technologically oriented. So we've done all that. The first thing I've got to say that is oftentimes not said is farmers, I still believe, are now and always were the original environmentalists. They want to do right. Anybody who thinks they are just profit mongers just does not know farming. I cannot tell you how many times my dad pulled me aside to teach me, leave the land better than you found it, treat the pigs with respect, all the things that go with the humanitarian and the heart part of our work has been happening. I remember when we used to moldboard plow. Many of you know John Deere's plow, and then you had to disc or cultivate it a couple times. We no longer do that. We no-till or we minimum till, and technologies have allowed that. So a lot has been done in the past. Now let's look forward. I think there's a lot of things, and goodness, many of you mentioned the best of the ideas. It's coming together and working collectively with all of you. There's some programs I hope we can get to at USDA I'm very familiar with. Some have been mentioned. But I'm also a big advocate for technologies. I think the excitement of what gene editing can do is just, it's beyond the pale. There's already technologies now that provide much more drought resistance in seeds, and it's many different seeds. Today, the Ag Research Service of USDA announced a breakthrough on a vaccine for African swine fever, which, as we all know, has been just decimating much of Africa and China. And what they didn't get approved. What they found was the one test that really showed does it or does it not work was proven successful. We can get into biotech if you want. I think there were a lot of errors on biotechnology. I think, it was a new technology. Some companies were perhaps more aggressive than they should have been. But I'll also shame Europe terribly. I think they have denied some farmers. I think there's blood on their hands for denying and being the colonialism, following the colonialism of Africa, because many of us were trying to introduce that and finally just gave up because so much trade has been done with Europe. So I think there's a lot of things that we can do, but those are just a few.
And the biotech, the bioengineering can be quite controversial, as you sort of alluded to. What's your argument in favor of that? I mean, why is that something in this world of climate change and increasing global food insecurity, why is that the answer?
Sure. No-till and minimum till is the best. When we moldboard plowed and then had to go disc to get the soil ready, you inevitably left your soil much more exposed. I remember snowdrifts going down the road and they always had a brown crust. That's wind erosion. I know there was soil erosion with water runoff. When glyphosate, which is very controversial in itself, came along and we were allowed to no-till, we leave the corn stalks on the ground. When we planted corn this Saturday in Tipton, Indiana, we planted soybeans right into the corn stalks. And it's those corn stalks that kept that soil right where it is. Cover crops are coming along that are taking up any excess nutrients that might be there. And the last thing I'll say is I remember talking to some very strident opponents, and they said, we need about 10 years to find out if this is true. Well, that would have been 2006. It has saved. Our family went through 2 years of fall armyworm. And those of you who know fall armyworm know that it's one nasty critter. Went through 2 years and never used an insecticide on the farm because we had BT or biotech corn. And then we put some seed treatment that would protect it in its infancy. So there's lots of reasons. And I think time has proven that it's quite safe. It's quite safe. But I understand it's controversial. So we're looking more forward than backward in this time.
And I think some of those changes maybe now are going to be more, I don't know if forced is the right word on people, but with the shortages we're seeing of things like fertilizer because of the war in Ukraine, I think there's a lot more talk about ways that sort of change in farming can be incentivized by the pure fact that those things are not available right now, or they're too expensive. How in your role are you thinking about, the global fertilizer shortage and what that means for, not only American farmers, but farmers around the world?
Well, it's a very serious thing. The short answer is I think farmers, at least most of them, have what they need for this spring, what they're doing right now. It's more fall fertilization in the case of fertilizer that's the bigger concern. And we're scrambling, everybody's scrambling to break down those transportation barriers, the congestion, if it will, and make them available. Not much we can do about the supplies in Russia or Ukraine right now, but doing that, I think this is the opportunity to look for new and alternatives. We know enough about the soil testing on our farm that we could probably get by without having nearly the phosphorus and potassium on it. If you're putting corn, and somebody was talking about corn earlier, you're right. It's much more nutrient requirement. You'll lose half your yield if you don't have the nitrogen. I think some of the things is we've got to allow natural gas productivity to run because that's required to produce natural gas, which produces the nitrogen fertilizer, at least the anhydrous ammonia. So I think discovery and intellectual property and chasing all of that and then sharing that widely is a great deal of the answer, but we're going to have to work through that very carefully. I'll also add one more thing. I know there's been discussions about methane and its contribution negatively to I can't tell you how rapidly some farmers are going out and buying up every bit of manure they can, putting it in digesters, and then producing energy. Fair Oaks Farms is the largest dairy farm in the United States. It's in Northwest Indiana. And they're taking all that, turning it into compressed natural gas, and that's what's running the semis. They're delivering all their milk, mostly to Kroger. And that kind of thing has just hit warp speed. I know one farmer that's going out 300 miles to try to collect all the dairy and cattle manure they can. Others are chasing hog manure to try to convert that in different ways to fertilizer and others. So there's lots of things going on. We just got to see it through.
Yeah. And how do you share that knowledge out, right? If that's successful for a farmer in Indiana, what does it mean for a farmer elsewhere? I want to talk a little bit more about the impact of Ukraine, though. What else are you concerned about in addition to, the restrictions on fertilizer? What's worrying you about the impact that's having on farmers right now?
Well, you have to start with your heart. I mean, what's happening to the Ukrainians, brought on no fault of their own. is where you've got to start. And so the compassion and how you can help with whatever, and many of you organizations are doing a great job with that. So I commend you. Our family made contributions to the Red Cross, as we're going to do with the World Food Program and others. So those are the kinds of things you can do. What you're getting at, though, is the supply relationship. Some of these things, regretfully, have to work themselves out. If there's war going on and they're not letting stuff leave the ports, then all you're left is the rail. And most people do not know that the rail system in Ukraine is different from Eastern Europe. You can't just move from one rail to the next. And so then you have to offload and reload and all of that kind of thing. And so I'm a World War II buff, Stephanie, and I got to tell you that we saw some things just had to play out because war is just hell. It's just awful. But I think there's ways we can do that. And maybe this is the opportunity to go share some of those technologies. Ukraine is very progressive. Oh, many of their farms would rival farms here or Canada or Brazil or Argentina or Australia. So it's not like they need a lot of that, but maybe this is the way to open that door and say, all right, let's rebuild them. Perhaps a Marshall Plan light, as it were. So those are some of the things. And then policy, one thing that I'm still doing, even though, and I did this in my former role, but I've actually reached out to some people I know their countries, is we have got to try to keep countries from doing export restrictions. The 2008 recession showed, generally speaking, that there was enough of the food to make its way around. Food is fungible, at least commodities are. But countries, and I understand, a political leader wants to make sure their people has enough food.
Absolutely.
I get it. But if they just let trade operate, there would have been enough and prices would not have spiked in so many countries. We're now seeing export restrictions. Now, I was listening today to Bloomberg, but I understand that Indonesia initially put a complete ban on the export. Now it's only partial. That was the follow-up an hour after they went live on that. And this is the kind of thing that I get it. It's counterintuitive to say, no, let trade happen. Take the risk. Maybe your people won't have as much, but that's what we've got to do. And I think fungible kinds of commodities will work that out.
And what role do you think the U.S. has in, encouraging other countries not to put those policies in place? And is there anything that U.S. foreign policy can be doing to incentivize against those trade restrictions?
There is an enormous role. I find that for the most part, of the 26 or 7 countries that I visited personally, some of them 2 times, some of them 3 times, and then many I've reached out virtually after COVID set in, there is still a very high regard for the U.S. The heart, the democracy, the respect for humans, all the things that go with that. And as a result, they tend to listen. My MO was simply to seek to understand and to work collaboratively. I told them, and I followed through, that I wanted to be working as hard to help them with their exports of things to the U.S. as I hope they were helping me on our exports to them. And it's a win-win that can work. Now, politics get in the way. That always happens.
Always.
Right? So it wasn't always there. But I tell you what, this is one of the reasons I wanted to get our members. We intend to make 6 trips a year with 5 of our commissioners, secretaries, and directors. And if we can share some of the learnings that we've seen operate firsthand, I think some of those barriers can be broken down. That's just one way. There's many others, but those are some of the things that we want to do because they do want to learn. There is a certain respect, and I think we can get them there.
I want to talk a little bit about the upcoming Farm Bill. The U.S. Will be renewing that legislation next year every 5 years. It's always a big deal on the Hill. Means a lot domestically for U.S. farmers. There's a lot in there with domestic policy, but also very closely tied to U.S. food assistance. What changes do you want to see in the Farm Bill next year?
Well, if it's a wish list, I mean, the list is long. I'd love to see McGovern-Dole program significantly increased. Food for Progress was another program that I just loved. I wish it could be. If we do spend down the Bill Emerson Trust, we're going to have to replace it, because it's not commodities, it's cash, converted to cash. So those are always ones.
And is there a mechanism in place? Is that part of the law to replenish that, or that has to be voluntarily done?
There's a replenishment scheme.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're going to have to see about that. Now, the headwinds against that is Senator Stabenow and Senator Bozeman both have said the Farm Bill budget is to be flat. And when I hear agreement from the front end, then you're either going to have to rob Peter to pay Paul in the programs. I'll also say that I think if you asked a farmer one-on-one, they would love to get out of the whole subsidies business. I know our family would, but you can't. When so many other countries, notably Europe, is spending so much money, you have to at least support that. And we are way under some other parts of the world in what we do. So I wish we could do that, but that's probably a fallacy, one of those political kinds of things as well. My guess is it's going to be a dogfight. The 2018 Farm Bill, in most people's view, was a pretty good one. Now, I'm speaking more of a producer here, because I'm so close to and familiar with the Title I, which is all your commodities. But most people, I think, would say that the 2018 Farm Bill was pretty good. So if everybody agrees with that, then once again, what do you take down to increase something else? I would say the war on Ukraine might cause for some difference in need programs. Those are some things. Now, we have 10 items of priority to us, and some of them are things that can help the world. Cybersecurity is a new one. We don't think there's a lot of money that needs to that, but education at minimum is one. Animal disease, we would like to see sustained funding for things like the vaccines I just talked about with African swine fever. There's a at University of Wisconsin-Madison, they've got now a PRRS resistant pig. PRRS just decimated the pork population here in the US and in parts of Canada a few years ago. That could come back. And my goodness, if ever we got foot and mouth disease from, the Central and South America into our cattle, oh my gosh. So preventions like vaccines and things could benefit the world. I hope there's some latitude for that. So you're right. You could go down a very long list and you're going to have 10 people on one side and 10 on the other. But I would say if we can look a little bit more compassionately, that might be an area that I hope we can get at least some.
Yeah, and on the animal disease, I mean, we've all seen over the last 2 years the danger of disease spreading in animals. Well, COVID obviously not an agricultural disease, but obviously has massive impact. What are your thoughts? One of the most controversial pieces of the Farm Bill from sort of the international perspective is, the commodities versus cash that, the U.S. food assistance programs give. Obviously, a huge part of that has been U.S. grown commodities that are given abroad. What are your thoughts on that balance?
Well, I think if you asked farmers and policymakers alike, they'd love to see more grain, soy oil, rice, the kinds of things that go into the McGovern-Dole school feeding programs. I think they'd love to see more of that go and be sent. The problem is, the truth is, it's more efficient with cash. Now, can we work on that? The Jones Act is, I understand why it came around, but the Jones Act requires that any vessel, carrying those kinds of things has to be an American flagged vessel. Well, over the decades, we've stepped our way out of making ships and flagging our vessels. We see others doing that better than we. So as long as you have constraints like that make it so much more costly to ship a bushel of grain, of rice, of soy.
Right, and we were hearing from WFP how expensive it's already getting.
Oh, it is. Oh, we did the analysis in just before the transition. We had a couple of African countries that we were wanting to provide some help to with the Bill Emerson Humanitarian Trust. We'd spent the money down on McGovern-Dole, but that was in the mix. We did that as recently as December 2020, and once again, it shows the cost. And now with additional diesel fuel costs and all the things going with the shortages and so forth, it's even worse. So I'd like to focus on all those things so that we can ship more of that, because that would be good. I'll just tell you a quick story. I visited a Food for Progress site in Guatemala, the Western Highlands of Guatemala. Food for Progress is when we take our commodities, ship them down there, let them sell them. So it's not just, it doesn't cave the market. They sell it over time, and then all the money, the profits stay there, and they develop their industry. And I witnessed an incredible fruit cooperative that the president was so proud because he pointed out about 10 young men that most certainly would have put a backpack on their back, made their way to the Rio Grande, and tried to make their way here. Something that I understand why they would do that. Those kinds of programs can work. But when the cost of shipping exceeds the benefits in return, what do you do? What do you do?
Yeah, totally. And I'm actually surprised this is the first time migration actually has come up in this whole conversation. But I have done a lot of my reporting on food systems in Latin America and have also been in the Western Highlands of Guatemala, and that's absolutely the case. There are lots of drivers of migration, but hunger is one. And, it ties back to climate change in the region as well. The two hurricanes that hit Central America in October of 2020, and communities are still facing the impacts of that, and things that have been destroyed, farmers that can't plant, fields that are destroyed. And, those people have no safety net.
Well, that's right. And that's why I think this is another wake-up call. We had it in 2008 during the recession. Here we go again on steroids, I'd say. And I think we have got to do everything we can to prepare and avoid these kinds of things. And that's why I'm such an advocate for more exchanges, bearing the truth, sharing with people around the world what benefits can come from new technologies that are size neutral. You don't have to have 6,000 acres to use biotech or gene editing or vaccinated swine, that are free or are going to stay free from African swine fever. Those are size neutral, and yet right now there's a lot of headwinds. Many don't know it, but Virginia Tech has a program called the Total Productivity Index, and basically what it tries to do is gauge how are we doing on the need for food with the rising population. Somebody mentioned 10 billion by 2050, 9.5, 10. I would agree with that. But the curve, and they do this careful analysis, shows that we're not keeping up. There's been a shunning of technology, unfortunately, that is causing for some of that slowing and I think some of these problems here. So I hope that we can look and include technology and technology acceptance in that whole equation of things that might change. There's a lot of other things, and this group has really done a great job bringing those out, but that would be one I'd like to add.
Yeah. Why do you think that has become so controversial?
Well, it's usually a combination of things. It didn't help when the first biotech product was bovine somatotropin for dairy. Now, even though the injection was just taking the very same hormone that the cow produces herself and then adding a little bit more productivity, another couple of weeks of productivity, it played so well into the hands of Frankenfoods and all the monikers that have been used to describe that. Oh, I think sometimes behavior is wrong. There companies that wanted to promote these technologies, took the wrong turn in how they went about that. And I just hope that those learnings can be something applied, because we have another chance at that with gene editing, and it's fantastic. Its benefits for human society, for animal welfare and being, for crops is just mind-boggling what it can do to address the very problems that Devex and your crew is working on here today and bringing to light. But you can only go so far as consumers trust you, and that's why some of our visits will be to our friends in Europe and to talk about them, because they've done more to deny technologies than any other region of the world right now.
And maybe one final question. What else do you want to see the U.S. doing and engaging in on global food security? Obviously plays a huge role. We've heard, major funder of WFP, huge financer of development programs and everything. What are we missing?
Well, we've been missing a tragic event like this. Sometimes the pendulum has to swing all the way until people finally realize, oh my gosh, the world is not so secure as we thought. And I'd love to see elitism take a back seat. I'm supportive of whatever people want to buy and eat. If they can afford it, that's their choice. I respect that. That's so much a part of our democracy. But when they start to impose that on other people, I got a real problem with that, because then they're saying to people, you have to behave like I think you should behave. And I want to let them have the choice. I once watched a focus group. It was on what words to use and what words to lose. And a single mother of 3 broke into tears because she couldn't buy her children all organic. Now, you heard me say, when I was director of ag, I lifted up many farmers that chose to produce organic. I'm a fan. We have a lot of that at our own home. But for her to have felt so guilty that she couldn't afford the higher price of organic problems, something's wrong with our society when we have to do that. So I just hope that we can all realize there's a place for all of this, and there's benefits to all that, and take some humble pills. And I think that'll help a lot. And then share that internationally, which is what we're trying to do with our time and our energy and my members. They want to go have these discussions.
Take some humble pills. I think a lot of people in this town could use that advice. I like that. I think we'll end there. Ted, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure chatting with you. And thank you again for doing all of the acrobatics to be here. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure. And I want to thank Devex. It's probably been said, but I read you all regularly now. I only discovered you about a year ago, maybe a little less. And thank you for what you're doing, all of you.
Thank you so much. All righty. I am very pleased to welcome our last panel to the stage. I think y'all are in the back there. You can make your way forward. Mira Shekhar, Global Lead for Nutrition at the World Bank, Arun Baral, CEO of Harvest Plus, and Simon Bishop, CEO of The Power of Nutrition. Let's scoop down here. Hi. Wherever you want to be. I just want to be over here. All righty. Good to see you all. Thanks so much for being here. Simon, I know you're in from out of town. Really appreciate you you coming in. I want to start with the elephant in the room. We had a lively discussion amongst these folks who definitely had some thoughts about the sponsorship of this event. And I want to give them a chance to talk about the role of the private sector and the role of business and what that means when we're talking about sustainable food systems, when we're talking about nutrition. And, you know, this last conversation, we kind of want to bring all of these things together. This is the last formal conversation we'll have for the day. We'll get a chance to catch up after this. But Mira, I'd love to start with you. You know, how do you think about the role of the private sector? And I know, you know, you've been very critical about the role that you would like to see them play. What do they need to be doing better?
Well, you asked the most controversial person to speak first. That's
I
fine.
did that on purpose.
I know. Well, first and foremost, I really want to thank Devex for being responsive to our concerns. And you reassured us that this event is a Devex event, that sponsors have no say and no sway in what happens and what gets discussed. So thank you. We appreciate that. In terms of the private sector, the role of the private sector, and we're talking here nutrition, in addition to food systems, so going beyond food systems to nutrition. I think we recognize as development workers that the private sector has a role to play, and a big role to play in improving nutrition outcomes. And there's no way that these problems can be solved without a role for the private sector. Fully understand that. Having said that, I think what we've seen is across the world, high child stunting rates that were declining somewhat, but rather slowly, and very rapidly increasing obesity rates. Why do we think that is happening? And what role does the private sector have to play in that in terms of the foods that are produced, marketed, distributed by the private sector? And I can go on for a long time on that one, but I want to ask one question of this audience and everybody else listening on. Which country do you think has the highest per capita consumption of instant noodles? Anyone want to make a guess?
Indonesia?
Nepal. And 25% of the calories that kids 12 to 23 months of age consume in Nepal come from processed, ultra-processed foods and sugar-sweetened beverages. It comes as shocking news to many people. And if you look at the highest consumers, up to 50% of their calories come from these kinds of foods. Now, some people will say that consumers are shaping the market, and producers produce what consumers want. But did any of us want an iPhone before we knew what it was? Today, we can't live without it. I have withdrawal symptoms if I put it aside too far. So producers and corporations have a huge role to play in shaping the market. And that's my big plea to all the private sector. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Simon, what are your thoughts on that, and particularly that piece of the role that consumers can play?
I mean, clearly critical, right? Absolutely critical, and particularly if we just need to get people talking about healthy diets and eating healthy. I was in Dubai and Abu Dhabi 2 weeks ago, and it was actually amazing to see the drive for healthy diet, and it was healthy food was widely available, and it was backed by the government, it was backed by the private sector, and you could just see it everywhere. And I think, interestingly, in that case, it was driven by partly there's just like a deep, visceral, they'll never grow enough food for themselves in the region. So food insecurity is deep. Right. It runs deep. And therefore, they really want to sort this out. So I think that's important. I mean, just broadening things out, I mean, I share Mira's concerns. I also recognize the private sector has to be part of the solution, right? We're not going to achieve zero hunger. We're not going to achieve any of the global goals without the private sector. Unilever, a partner of ours, reaches 2 billion people every day with its products, not all food, some soap and other things. But, that illustrates the scale. And we heard from PepsiCo, CD Glynn, I hope that's the right name. And by the way, I hope you probably guess where from out of town I've come from. But, it absolutely plays a critical role. And so it is about collaborating. It's about asking tough questions too, and ensuring that particularly these big companies that reach so many people are responsible corporate citizens.
Arun, I want to hear from you on this too.
Yeah, I agree with Simon, Mira. I come from the private sector. I'm new to development. But, I come from ag background, and, in the pursuit of profit, now that I work on the nutrition side, and I tell people, the private sector bred out nutrition in the crops, right? It was yield, and yield. And now when I sit on this side and I scratch my head and I say, my God, what we did. I spent 30 years of my life there. So it's a question of educating the private sector. It's very important. I think it's a question how we do that. We need to collaborate with the private sector. They're part of the solution, by the way. Because ultimately things have to be sustainable. Development has a lifespan, and then projects end, and what happens, right? So, we talk about commitments, and I think private sector, Pepsi and others should stand up and make some solid commitments to nutrition. So, some examples, how much, your product portfolio. How much of that product portfolio, to Charles' point on stunting, can be converted into healthy foods that has high level of zinc and iron and those kinds of things that when kids eat, some things are addressed just as a snack every day. Similarly, for companies in agriculture, if I were to go back to private sector, and if I ever happen to be a CEO, I would make a commitment, especially for people who are in the seed sector, that I will make a commitment to ensure that the seed varieties that I release, the new next generation of crops, they have better nutrition than the previous ones. And I would put out some metrics, benchmarks, and make sure that, yield is not compromised. But then nutrition is not either. So these are very practical examples, and healthy foods are profitable. I mean, the organization I work for, Harvest Plus, has come up with crops that are high in zinc and iron and vitamin A, and we're interacting with the private sector, and especially the small and the medium and the micros, and they're making very healthy foods out of these crops. Now, these are staple crops. They'll always be on your dinner plate. You can't replace them, but you can replace them with a healthier variety of the same crops. So be it pearl millet or millets, be it sorghum, be it maize. So these are some of the real actionable items that private sector, public sector, civil societies all can do to make this a more healthy and nutritious, we talk about systems, food systems.
Right.
So I'll stop here. Maybe I've gone a little overboard, but I just wanted to give some good examples of what is possible and what we should strive for.
Simon, do you want to add something?
It's fine. He's nailed it.
Okay. Great. I'd love to move on and talk a little bit about the financing piece for nutrition. We've talked a little bit about so far in our previous panels about financing for the food system. Mira, you were super involved in Nutrition for Growth and that event, which was originally supposed to be held in 2020, got bumped a year by 2021, still had to be held mostly virtually, but sort of was a time of momentum. How are you feeling about that right now, given what's happening in Ukraine, constrained fiscal space that remains after COVID? Are you still hopeful that that momentum can continue?
Well, nobody prepares for a crisis, unfortunately, and we didn't either. I think N4G, or Nutrition for Growth, was a huge success, despite all the challenges at that time, and despite the fact that it was a virtual event postponed by 2 years. We got, or the government of Japan that hosted it, got commitments of nearly $30 billion, which is huge. Now, of course, some of that is not new monies, but hopefully a lot of it is new money. And we have put in place an accountability framework, so that those commitments that were made are being registered and will be followed over time to see what comes to fruition and what does not. Having said that, certainly COVID and then the Ukraine crisis have constrained fiscal space among donor countries. So we anticipate there will be pullback on the ODA. That will happen, and we're already hearing that from many countries. At the same time, client countries or low middle income countries are also struggling under these fiscal constraints. So we have to be cognizant of those. Nobody planned for this. Nobody wanted this to happen, but it is a reality. So I suspect that there will be constraints in that. How can we expand on the fiscal space? Certainly, and I know Simon will talk about that, matching. I work at the World Bank, and so our MO is really to give credit to countries so that they can scale up large-scale programs. But when we partner those with grants of the kind that I know Simon will talk about, so I don't want to steal his thunder, that really helps countries to request for credit for what is considered soft sectors like nutrition. So that's one way to deal with the issues. The other way, and again, I'm not sure this will be particularly popular with the private sector, but we've been having conversations with a lot of country governments around fiscal policies around unhealthy foods. So is it taxation on unhealthy foods? I think, if I remember correctly, 47 plus countries have taxes on sugar sweetened beverages at the moment, and we anticipate that will grow. Similar conversations happening around other unhealthy foods as well. How do we support these countries to make this happen? How do we design those taxes in a way that they can be they can achieve the purpose of improving health, nutrition outcomes? But there's another positive, what my economist friends call positive externality, which is it also increases fiscal space in the country. Sometimes those monies are earmarked for improving health, nutrition outcomes, but sometimes they're not. And I think of course, governments decide what they want to do with that, but that is certainly a way to increase fiscal space within the countries. It's not popular, particularly among the private sector, but that's certainly one way to do it. But we've also learned that taxes alone will not solve the problem. We need to bundle it with marketing regulations, labeling, and the like. There's a whole bundle of things that can be done. And I think we should collectively talk about how we address these issues.
Simon, bring on your thunder.
Thank you. I mean, I think to start with, there's a language piece here. It's a food and nutrition security crisis, not a food crisis, and we need to recognize that. You won't solve this just by getting calories into bodies. We know you need the nutrition to have healthy bodies. So there's an important language piece in all of this. Secondly, and I used to be a political advisor. Sorry about that, dodgy spin doctor. But there is there's a political angle to leverage here because this issue, food and nutrition price rises is universal. And politicians don't like inflation because it makes them very unpopular, and they don't like it when their voters can see it. And I think you can all see it here in DC. Everyone's moaning about the weekly shop going up. I see it in London. And we've seen, I think probably more so in Europe than here, governments running around on the energy security side, desperately trying to secure new renewables energy, maybe nuclear. And so we've seen that on the energy side already, less so on the food side, but I think it will come because rich countries also source their food supply from the likes of Ukraine. So there's a political moment here, an opportunity to leverage. And sadly, we know that issues that affect rich countries and poor countries get more attention than when it's just an issue that affects poor countries. That's a very sad reality of life. So I think there's an opportunity there. There's also, and thank you, Mira, for teeing me up, smart use of grant. So, Mira was talking to the government of Madagascar, and they were looking at taking out a $40 million IDA loan for nutrition. We came along with 10 million of grant that we'd raised from donors and said, we'll put this in, but only if you double the IDA loan and if you spend a chunk of the grant making the whole 90 a better program. And we've actually seen in another one of our programs where they were diverting funding away to COVID instead of core health system strengthening, we managed to protect the nutrition funding because of our grant element. Finally, and I hope you don't mind one shameless pitch, we have a funder who's willing to match pound for pound, dollar for dollar, up to $20 million for cash transfers programs in response to Ukraine-related food insecurity, but we have to find a match. So I'm just looking at Pepsi, CD, Glenn sitting there in the audience, or any other private sector. It doesn't have to be private sector. It could be any other philanthropists out there. But if you fancy doubling your money, and we can use some of that potentially again to leverage even more out of World Bank IDA, I'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
I want to pick up on what you said about at the very beginning, the language that we use. Arun, why does nutrition constantly get left out of this? Why do we say food security and nutrition just doesn't make it into the headlines?
That's a great question. I don't know why. I mean, frankly, nutrition should be front and center. Again, going back to Charles and stunting, I think it's baffling why nutrition is being left out, because food is supposed to be nutritious. Bottom line. And it has intergenerational impact, right? I mean, for generations, if you're malnourished, I mean, you're going to pay a huge price. So it baffles me. I mean, Teresa, what needs to happen, I think, is these dialogues around nutrition. I think we need to elevate nutrition as much as we do food security. That's not happening. There is a CEO council here in DC, which I'm a member of, which I think, Simon, you're a member of as well, or not yet, soon to be. But, we need to engage policymakers, the Hill, and elevate that conversation. Because unless we elevate the conversation, food security is always going to win. The sad thing is, hunger is very visible. Like you show the pictures and, my God, you pull out your wallet and do whatever you can. Unfortunately, nutrition is not visible. But the impact is like as devastating or even more because, it is intergenerational. I mean, so I think the answer is, how can we do that is elevate it up, dialogues and solid commitments by the nutrition community to take this forward. Do you want to add anything, Mira?
Yeah, I guess I would add, let me first say, at the World Bank, we have changed the language. We talk about food and nutrition security in one thing. And it's been a long road, but we are there at the moment. Having said that, why is it that nutrition doesn't show up? I think there are multiple reasons. For food, there is a Ministry of Agriculture. For health, there is a Ministry of Health. For nutrition, it just kind of falls in between the cracks of the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Social Protection. There's some little thing in the Ministry of Education. It just falls through the cracks. Do we want a Ministry of Nutrition? I don't think so. I don't think that's the solution, but that is the problem. And we need to resolve it, perhaps thinking about things like the way HIV/AIDS was tackled, where there was no Ministry of HIV/AIDS, but we needed multiple ministries to play their role. And many governments set up these TAC-AIDS and AIDS councils and the like, calling them by different names. But these were councils or groups that had authority under either the prime minister or the president or somebody who is able to bring ministries together, have the authority and the financing in order to help solve the problem. So I think that's the direction we need to push in terms of institutional arrangements to make these things happen.
And do you think that there is the capacity for that right now, given the layers of crisis that we're in?
You have to create capacities. You have to create opportunities. I think, the development space is very, very crowded at the moment. And I've never seen in my decades of development work a time when the development space is not crowded with other agendas. So we've just got to push our way through and show examples of countries that have done it. Look at a country like Senegal that actually put together a group called the CLM at that time. It's in French, so don't ask me to translate that. But it was a group that was well managed, empowered. When you go to visit the CLM office, you press the elevator button, it takes you straight to the 11th floor, which is the Prime Minister's office. They had access, they had resources, they got some financing from the bank, but they used it really well. And it's the only country in Africa that actually met the MDG goals on nutrition. So is it possible? Absolutely, it's possible. We all collectively need to do much more on that, on building the right kinds of institutions and governance arrangements in country to be able to address this very complex issue.
You want to add something?
Just a couple of things to add to that. I mean, and we do this, and we try. We've got to keep banging the drum about how foundational nutrition is. So, there's no point cutting the nutrition budget and then keeping the education budget, right? Because we know that if a kid doesn't get the right nutrition the first 1,000 days, they'll turn up at the first day of school and they'll be mentally impaired. So it's a false choice. So I think we've got to keep making that case. And so you actually get, better ROI on your dollar of education spend if you keep the nutrition going. So it's not a zero-sum game. I also think, whilst it's not a complete solution, pointing out to the private sector the cost of poor nutrition is really important. And we've got some great new research coming out soon that literally points out it costs the private sector billions of dollars because they basically have stunted kids, kids that are too short for their age. Madagascar, again, 43%. That goes into their workforce. They're less productive. That's less profits. That's less
it's a
economic
massive
growth.
human capital issue.
It's a huge, and this news. What's great about this new research is you can cut it by 110 countries and by sectors like the garment sector, the manufacturing sector. So we're hoping to be able to use that to target specific sectors in specific countries and say, you need to do more on this subject or on this issue. And hopefully that will be very effective at getting more private sector engagement into this area.
And I was going to say, do you think that will be effective to sort of call people out essentially?
Like I said at the start, it's always good. You can name and shame. You can throw rocks on the outside. I like to be on the inside. Dialogue, cajoling, nudging, incentivizing, pointing out the data, and then they get there themselves. That's sort of how I think it's better to operate. I think it's worth saying this is not a short-term fix to the kind of food and nutrition security crisis we are about to see. It's probably a bit of a longer one, but nevertheless, it's a really important element of sustainable solution to all of this.
And Arun or Mira, sorry, do you want to add something?
Yeah, just to add briefly to that, I think with the private sector, we need to give them what we call the WIFM principle. What's in it for me? Show them what is it in it for them. And if you can show them, as Simon was saying, with this new paper that is going to, I think it may have already been released, or
it's just been released, but we haven't gone big on the promotion.
Okay. I didn't want to jump the gun. To show them that they are losing productivity, the private sector, that they will have less productive workers, and that will hit their bottom line. I think that's the argument we need to push. And then on the, I can't miss the obesity side because it's my new, because we've seen rapid increases in obesity in every single region in the world. And the costs, healthcare costs associated with those. And the World Obesity Federation put out a paper just earlier this year, or was it early last year, end of last year, that showed that obesity costs the world about 1.8% of GDP in 2019.
Wow.
1.8% of GDP.
That's a lot.
And if we don't do anything about it, by 2016, it will be 3.6%. So it will double. We need to address this issue, and not just for the public sector's sake, not just for the global public good, but also for the private good of the private sector. And I'm appealing to the private sector with that thing. Sorry. Yeah.
Arun, did you want to add something on that?
No, not really. Just that what Mira said, there's money to be made here. And I don't know why private sector is missing out on this opportunity. I just, I'm coming from there. If I were to ever go back, there's tons of money to be made here. So
send you back.
Yeah, I'm ready. Because if we can help from the other side, why not?
I wanted to ask you, we haven't really chatted about Ukraine directly yet, but what are you concerned about? Obviously, Harvest Plus does a lot of work with, fortified crops and agriculture. What are you concerned about, the impacts that Ukraine is going to have on your work and food and nutrition security?
Yeah, so a great question. So, before we had COVID, we had about 3 billion people who could not afford a healthy diet. So, just that statement should be jarring, right? We're 7 billion, 3 billion can't. So that's a shocker. Then came COVID, another 100 million got pushed, give or take. into poverty, and when you're poor, obviously healthy diets, affordability is a problem. And now this is the Ukraine crisis is creating severe shocks on prices, global commodities, etc., and severe disruption to global systems like food, fertilizer, energy. So the state of hunger and nutrition is going to get worse. So that's a big concern. Women and children are going to take a disproportionate hit. That's a concern. And again, I go back to Charles, I go back to Simon talking about the intergenerational impact. All the kids are going to be born now in the low and middle countries and poor families. I mean, see what's going to happen to them. And that's our future, right? That's the future of those countries. So future is being impaired. So that's a concern. And then, Mira talked about $30 billion and 4G commitments. I hope we can, keep that in that space. That's a concern because, the crisis in Ukraine is heartbreaking. I mean, it shouldn't. I mean, in 21st century there should be no wars, but look at what's happening. And then, the governments in the low and middle income countries. They're resource constrained, right? And then whatever they have allocated to nutrition budgets, I hope that can stay. And it's the sort of collective responsibility of all developed nations to sort of help the low and middle income countries sort of keep that allocation. Because if not, then there is, for the next many years, we're going to have a real health crisis in the making.
I want to ask you a little bit about partnerships. You sort of alluded to that in the financing space, and a potential partnership that you have, in this particular moment. But how does Power of Nutrition think about partnerships, and why is that key to really galvanizing and financing in this space?
At its heart, it's impact, right? How do you drive the largest amount of impact? And of course, that's why most of us in the room are watching Get Out of Bed every day, is to make the biggest impact possible. And that's what gets me excited about, the Power of Nutrition and its model, that it can be extremely impactful because it has smart partnerships and matches those with smart financial models. So in a nutshell, we raise $1 from a donor. The British government or the Children's Investment Fund match it. We then ask our wonderful implementing partners, UNICEF, World Bank, big NGOs, World Food Programme, to also match it. So then you've got $4 and you've got some wonderful partners coming together. And you can use that then because you've got that financial heft to deliver government-owned nutrition programs at scale and use some of that grant to make sure it's best practice. So you're not only helping plug the enormous financing gap, you're also, sorry to borrow your catchphrase, Mira, getting more nutrition for the money. So it's a terrible term, win-win, but you're helping plug the gap, and you're getting more nutrition in terms of the quality and the impact. And we've sort of reached 92 million people now, and will help with our wonderful partners prevent 600,000 cases of stunting by the end of this year, which is sort of 2 years earlier than our target. So it's by smart partnerships and smart financial models together, you can really make a big difference.
And are you confident that all of that will be able to continue and sort of withstand this latest shock?
I mean, you never know in these things, right? But as the point I was sort of making, in a way, this just makes all of our work and the work of the nutrition sector even more relevant. And the great thing is, and we heard someone say this earlier on, the number of, it's a silver lining to the very dark COVID cloud. Those cash transfers, those social protection systems have actually come on leaps and bounds because of COVID. And that's going to be at the heart of mitigating the impact of Ukraine, right? We can now target very effectively the most vulnerable families, the single parent households, the pregnant women, the families who've just had a baby, and target them very quickly with cash transfers. And I think that's incredibly powerful, and will be at the heart of this. So you can, you keep trying to be positive rather than negative, and this is actually a positive, right? we can actually, mitigate the impact of this very quickly and in a very cost-efficient, smart way. And that's actually quite exciting.
And Mira, on the bank side, obviously a lot of mobilization is happening. We just had the meetings last week, and lots of things centered around Ukraine, given the impact on, as we've discussed here, food, fuel, fertilizer. How quickly can the bank get this money out the door and hopefully prevent the worst of a nutrition crisis on top of the one that we're already experiencing?
I wish I could really answer that question. No, seriously, the bank is actually working extremely hard. I'm not able to speak to some of the discussions that we're having in-house, but there is a lot of conversation on how we develop programs. Usually we take a year to develop a national program. And that's part of the work that the bank does on the fiduciary side, on the procurement side, on the legal side. All that needs to be done. Make sure every T is crossed and every I is dotted before we release the monies, because we are the guardians of those resources. But we are trying to develop what we refer to as crisis response windows and fast-track initiatives that will hopefully be able to move much faster than has been the case till now. In fact, under the CRW, the crisis response window, we have already in the last year or so, I can't remember the exact amounts, but a fairly large, I want to say, and don't quote me on this, but I think something close to $500 million have already been allocated to countries for that purpose. But of course, it also depends on the absorption capacity at the other end. And that's
Right.
where the earlier issue that you mentioned around building capacities is absolutely critical. We've all seen that countries that don't have strong health systems, for example, are not able to utilize even the vaccines that they have available. So you've got to do these things really carefully. And I just want to reiterate what Simon and Arun said earlier about how the first 1,000 days of a child's life are so critical in terms of building a child's brain capacity. And if you miss the 1,000-day window, it's a window of opportunity. If you miss it, you really have lost a whole generation in terms of future productivity, educability, and human capital. And you've heard a lot from the bank about human capital. There's another event on tomorrow morning as well on human capital. So it really is critical. And lastly, learning from the COVID crisis, we've seen that individuals who are obese were 48% more likely to die of COVID-related cases than normal ones, 114% more likely to be hospitalized, and 74% more likely to be in the ICU. These numbers are ingrained in my head where, you think we should have prevented this in terms of, if we had some longer term thinking in terms of crisis preparedness, we should be doing much more on this. Let me stop.
We've got just 1 minute left. Simon, I can see you've got a final thought.
Well, I just want to say, look, we've got to all keep shouting from the rooftops about all of this, but there are some, green shoots. Really encouraging to see the 170 billion announcement by the World Bank last week. Really encouraging to see the joint statement between the World Bank, the IMF, the WTO. We've got to keep trade going. We don't want countries hoarding their food. Joint statement as well with WFP and other humanitarian actors, because we've got to sort that out as well. So there's green shoots of coordination in the international system, which I think is very welcome. Although, we still have a very long way to go.
All righty. Well, we are at time. Thank you so much, all of you. Great having this discussion. I think this was a great way to end the day. Some calls to action there, which I think are always good to end on. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're just going to do closing now.
Okay, how's everybody feeling after this long set of conversations? I personally feel energized. I thought I was going to feel a bit depressed after talking about crisis all day. But I feel like we got into a lot of solutions today, a lot of sort of new ways of thinking, connecting dots that hopefully help all of us as we go out and do the work that we do every day. What's your feeling, Teresa?
I know. I always appreciate the folks that bring some optimism to the table, because I must say sometimes it gets really depressing, and I have felt pretty depressed about the state of things the last 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's good reason to be depressed, right? And certainly the statistics, we heard some of them on the last panel, and there will be more coming, give us reason to take a real moment and remember, okay, we're all here. It's April 25th, 2022. We will remember this date because these are issues we're going to be talking about probably in 6 months, maybe in a year. We're not going to see all the effects immediately. Some of them we see, supermarket shelves, as we talked about, but some of them will take a while to play out. And that's why I think these conversations are so important. They're happening in this town. They're happening in Brussels. They're happening all over the world where donors and NGO officials and others meet and get together. But they've been kind of disjointed. And I think today was the first day I've heard them all in one string, right? All those dots connect. I don't know how you feel. You've been at the center of a lot of these discussions with your sources.
Yeah. I think sometimes it's hard to remember that everyone I'm talking to is not necessarily connected to each other. And so when you have a bunch of people in the same room, you really do get to see those conversations come full circle. And that was a great piece of the UN Food Systems Summit, as we discussed. But I think continuing that momentum forward is really important.
Yeah. So I want to say a huge thank you to all of you for being here. A big thank you to our speakers, incredible speakers that we had today, to our sponsors. Thank you, PepsiCo. Thank you, TechSoup. I loved how we directly addressed these issues and got right into the private sector role. That was great. And I want to thank everybody following online. We've had a couple thousand people with us all day. So thank you for being a part of this discussion. We're sorry you're not all here with us in person, but we're really delighted to be able to bring this to a global audience interested in these issues.
I'd also love to say thank you to the incredible team at Devex that helped put on this event. There's many folks on our team that helped make this happen. So thank you so much to all of you, folks that aren't here on the stage, but this definitely couldn't happen with a lot of hard efforts behind the scenes. So thank you.
While I still have your attention, just a couple of things you should know about. So one is, this is April 25th, May 25th. We have Devex at the World Health Assembly in Geneva. A lot of the same issues we're talking about, especially our nutrition, which have so much influence on NCDs and other health issues. We're going to be talking about those there. So stay tuned for that. Again, there'll be virtual and in-person components for those of you in Geneva. We will also be at Davos. It's the same exact week. We'll have a reporting team there covering many of the very same issues that are talked about in that forum. Fast forwarding until the fall, October 25th, something about the 25th day of the month we've decided to zone in on. The Future of Development Finance, our annual event in London, also online and in person. Stay tuned to that. That's where we talk to a lot of the biggest international finance organizations, many big corporations, about the finance side of a lot of the issues we're here talking about today. So that's another one to keep on your calendar. COP26 is coming up. 26, 27. 27 is coming up. And we will be there in Egypt. That's in November. And then something coming up pretty soon, which is maybe the only event that takes all of these systemic issues that we're talking about today, health systems, food and nutrition systems, climate change, and it starts to knit them all together. And that's Devex World. That's our big conference. We do it here in Washington, D.C., July 12th, again, online and in person. But it's a fantastic event, about 1,000 people here at the arena stage in Washington, D.C., and we really hope to see all of you there. It's a fantastic day. You don't want to miss it. With that, I want to say a big thanks to Teresa Welsh. She did an incredible job up here for a long time. I mean, that was a lot of discussion.
That was a marathon.
Sustained. It was a real marathon and enjoyable all the way through, really. So thank you to you. Thank you to everybody else. And for those who are sticking around, we look forward to a lovely raw and vegan meal together we're going to share. And I think a cocktail that's about to start now. And again, thanks to everyone online. We really appreciate it. Be well, everybody.